Are we ready? Unity through! Unity through!
Reparations!
Unity through!
Reparations!
Uhuru! White solidarity with Black power! Uhuru!
Uhuru, comrades. Welcome to day 2 of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention, entitled White Solidarity with Black Power. Join the growing movement of solidarity with African, Indigenous, Palestinian, and all oppressed peoples. My name is Indigo, and I'm honored to be one of your MCs today here in the beautiful Aquaba Hall at the Uhuru House. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I'm Maz. I'm also honored to be one of your MCs today. I just really want to acknowledge day 1 and how amazing and dynamic it was. We had our keynote presentations from the chairman, from Chairwoman Penny Hess. We heard from other activists, local and nationwide, and we heard from our regions and what's been going on in the last year and how you can get involved. So if you want to tune into that, it has been recorded. You can catch it on the YouTube and Facebook, I believe. And I just also want to, of course, salute our leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella, who's here with us today, the leader of the African People's Socialist Party, the reason why we're here, the leader of the Uhuru movement, Uhuru. I also want to acknowledge Deputy Chair Onizineye Shatella, Uhuru, as well as all members of the African People's Socialist Party and the steering committee as well, our leadership. And also the African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess, and USM Chair Jesse Neville. Really appreciate you all for being here, and we'll hear more from all of those people today. And I just appreciate our leadership for bringing us all together under this amazing African revolution, how us as white people can be involved in overturning these contradictions of the anti-colonial struggle. And I'm just so proud to be a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and this whole situation with the Uhuru 3, which we will have a discussion around the Uhuru 3 trial that happened in the last few years, and I just can't wait to hear more about the significance of that trial. And I just also, we raised over $20,000 yesterday for reparations for the African People's Socialist Party and their work and the Black Power Blueprint and everything that DC ONA has been doing. And I just really want to thank everyone who was a part of that. Everybody here in the room, everybody here online, everybody around the world who is supporting the anti-colonial projects of the party. And we were still raising money. This is ongoing reparations. So please go to uhurusolidarity.org, continue to give and pay reparations, and unite in material solidarity with the African working class. That's what reparations is. So uhurusolidarity.org/pay reparations and donate. Become a member if you haven't yet. Being a member means uniting with the party and believing that African people can lead their own movement. And so if you believe in that, you can be a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement.
Uhuru. Thank you, Mads. Okay, so I would also like to salute our leadership, Chairman and Deputy Chair Yeshatella, and APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess, and USM Chair Jesse Neville, the whole African People's Socialist Party. So yesterday was amazing. It was incredible, so profound. And today we have a powerful, packed schedule. This will include a panel on the Uhuru 3, like was mentioned, a reparations legacy workshop, legacy project workshop, and a tour of the Black Power Blueprint, and elections for the USM National Steering Committee. As a reminder, please make sure your phones are turned off or turned to silent, and that the restrooms are located on this wall over here. Today, lunch will be served at 1 p.m. After this exciting workshop with a surprise announcement from the Reparations Legacy Project. I'd like to thank all of our endorsers for this convention. These include the African National Women's Organization, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, the Gateway Green Alliance, Women Against Military Madness, the San Jose Peace and Justice Center, the United National Anti-War Coalition, LA Anti-Racist Action, the People's Alderman Jesse Todd, the American Indian Movement of Central Florida, the Florida Indigenous Alliance, the Green Party of Florida, Reparations United, Veterans for Peace, and the Center for Political Innovation. And to start the day, we will be hearing a solidarity statement from the Center for Political Innovation.
Right on.
And yes, who have stood with the Uhuru 3 since the day of the FBI raids on July 29th, 2022. John McCarthy is a longtime activist from the Chicago area, associate of Caleb Maupin, and member of the Center for Political Innovation. He's a fierce advocate for anti-colonial free speech and support of Hands Off Uhuru. Please help me welcome Comrade John McCarthy. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. The Center for Political Innovation is deeply grateful to the Uhuru movement for standing up to the FBI, for fighting back, for winning, and for showing the rest of us how it's done. The fact that you stood up to the FBI and won has given hope and courage to a lot of other people. Now here comes the controversial part. The fact that you stood up and fought and won has given courage to a lot of other people, including, it would seem, to the President of the United States. Like Chairman was talking about yesterday, when Trump ran in 2016, he promised to repair relations between the United States and Russia. Then all hell broke loose. The Atlanticists sent their intelligence community and the Democratic Party against him with all this lawfare. And his response was to cave. Yes. His people cut plea deals. They turned on each other. They ratted each other out. Instead of a fight back, they did damage control. This time, though, it seems to be quite different. He's meeting with Putin. He's defending parts of Putin's argument. He's negotiating a ceasefire, and they're restoring the consulates and the embassies that had been shut down or de-staffed. So what's different? The world has changed. What changed the world? The courage of the Uhuru 3 and the fight back of the African People's Socialist Party. Now, this isn't settled. We still may not change direction or stop this war. But what you have done has given us a fighting chance to stop this world-ending war. And the Center for Political Innovation thanks you. We salute you, and we vow not to waste the opportunity that you have won for us. Uhuru. Uhuru.
Thank you so much for that solidarity statement. I mean, it really just shows how the party and the chairman is leading this revolution and is influencing the world as he always has been doing. But this is such an incredible time to be a part of the movement. And now I'm excited to announce that we're now going to have a panel on the Uhuru 3 and special guest Afia Nganza. We'll be hearing from USM Chair Jesse Neville. And so first I want to just call up APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess to come up. We're the leader of the African People's Solidarity Committee. Penny, you can go ahead and come on up here. And Afia Nwangaza, the veteran of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and Executive Director at the Malcolm X Center for Self-Determination and the WMXP Community Radio.
Right on.
And a revolutionary leader of the international movement to end the colonial mode of production and to liberate all people from imperialist oppression, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and also Chair Jesse of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Not one day.
Not one dime.
Not one day.
Not one dime. Not one damn day. Not one damn dime.
And it didn't happen either. You know, they spoke it into existence. That's what we do. We are winning.
Just want to thank our MCs, Mads and Indigo. And welcome everybody who was here yesterday, or anyone new who's joining us today. We're very happy to have you here in the beautiful Aquaba Hall. We're very honored to have our Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention here. We want to thank the African People's Education and Defense Fund for making it possible for us to be in this beautiful African revolutionary space for this convention. And we're going to be talking about the case of the Uhuru 3 and the struggle led by Chairman Omali Yeshitela to push back and defeat this incredibly serious attack waged by the colonial state against the African liberation movement, and the ongoing struggle for anti-colonial free speech and against colonialism, period. First, we're going to take a look at two videos to give some background on what this case is all about, starting with a video that shows actual footage from the FBI raids that took place on July 29th of 2022 against 7 homes and offices of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. And then we will see a video that shows you the work of the Hands Off Uhuru campaign led by the Secretary General. I also want to salute the Secretary General of the African People's Socialist Party, Mwezi Odom, Uhuru. And this video also takes you all the way up to that day on December 16th, when the Uhuru 3, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, went back to Florida for the sentencing hearing and won an incredible victory where the judge issued a sentence that involved no time in prison and no fine. So we are going to talk more about everything that happened leading up to that, the historical background of it, and the ongoing fight back. So without any further ado.
Jesse,
Yes,
I would
Chairman.
ask people in the videos just to pay attention to the number of agents
Yes.
that were attacked. Just look at the numbers that they had there, and see that in terms of where we are now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Uhuru.
The FBI has a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant.
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit. Yeah. Was ist da los?
Sorry, I was trying to get the next video queued up.
You can't leap over the revolution.
This is the FBI. We have a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant.
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out. Something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
Yeah, briefly, they want, I don't know. Don't tell them money, all that they get.
We will build a movement of white people that says hand off the Uhuru movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
They're doing another video.
dynamic. We saw the attacks that the Uhuru movement faced, the gunpoint, the being out on the curb, and the drones, and then just the unification of humanity around the chairman and the mobilization, the international mobilization that the Uhuru 3 trial spurred. And so it's my honor to moderate this panel discussion, and I just want to pass it off to our first panelist, one of the Uhuru 3 whose homes was raided, and the leader of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Penny Hess.
Uhuru, everybody. I'm very honored to be here, and I'm very happy that we're going to be summing up this case. I have kind of random notes, so I'm going to. It's not necessarily in order, but I want to make sure that I know everybody else will give rhyme and reason to what I'm putting out, and I do want to welcome Comrade Afia and Gwanza to this panel. As a revolutionary African internationalist attorney and a lot of history in important struggles that you have been involved in. And in the case of the Uhuru 3, I want to salute my leadership, Chairman Omali Shatella, and I can't even begin to express the absolute brilliance that the chairman led this incredible fight back that we won, because this is not the period of the 60s when there were many conscious political lawyers who, under the leadership of the African Revolution, took on a powerful political cases. People like Charles Gary, Kunstler, and many other famous lawyers. Even our comrade, who was an important supporter of this case, Lynn Stewart, a powerful revolutionary attorney who herself was sentenced to years in prison, passed away shortly before we were involved in this case. But so I want to salute her, and I know that she would have been part of this fight back had she been with us. But the chairman took, of course, so this was a new period in a way, and the chairman took on the case because our lawyers were lawyers. They see the whole thing as being taken on within the context of which laws, which precedent-setting cases can we use to this, to take on a certain case. And there wasn't the whole understanding of this as a political case. And the chairman educated our lawyers, won them. They were amazing in the trial and in the sentencing and throughout the whole thing. And I'm going to say a little bit more about that, but the chairman gave them political leadership. We had the ability to be able to start meeting with them, I think it was about a year in advance. So we went through a lot of pre-trial political education by the chairman, and I just think that the legal team, I just saluted it. They were magnificent. They did hear it. They internalized what the chairman was saying, and we can hopefully people can talk a little bit about that. But it was very, very important. I just want to, by the way, before I start, I want to really salute John and CPI, and I really appreciate that statement. I really appreciate that, and I think that was a really profound, insight into the significance of the Uhuru 3 case. I think S.G. Mwezi, the Secretary General of the party, Mwezi Odom, who is also the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, made that second video, and that is just, I think, is very, very dynamic and really gives the sense of the whole movement that's been built around Hands Off Uhuru. So I want to salute S.G. Mwezi and, of course, Chairman and Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella, because because the building of the Black Power blueprint, the going forward with that, which they wanted to crush, the state wanted to crush, has just been powerful, and in itself, an act of resistance to what the state was trying to do to crush the party, and they can't stop this movement, and they can never silence Chairman O'Malley Shintella, Deputy Chair Onizane Shintella, the Uhuru movement. It's all around the world. It's a profound movement in many, many places throughout the U.S., throughout Africa. And if we had the ability, I would like to show, some of the scenes of where, I think it showed some in that video, like where this movement, for Hands Off Uhuru, but certainly the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, is in many countries in Africa, but the leadership based in around Johannesburg, occupied Azania, it's called, South Africa. So this is a worldwide movement. There's the Secretary General of the party is in London. There have been demonstrations in Paris and London. There's a party in Paris and in London, and probably in other cities in France and Britain. So, this is a worldwide movement. It's very powerful, very, very powerful, and it has, I can't say enough about the international support and the support of more than 200 organizations and thousands of individuals who have contributed in one way or another to this movement, who've come to our webinars, who have contributed resources, who from a very, very broad sector of people. So as the chairman said, the Uhuru movement, 7 properties of the Uhuru movement were raided on, I think it was Friday, July 29th, 2022 at 5 a.m. here in St. Louis, and it was 6 a.m. It was coordinated raids on all these 7 properties and homes in St. Louis and St. Petersburg, Florida. And this included the chairman's home in St. Louis, the chairman and deputy chair's home in St. Louis, and in St. Petersburg, Florida, where they were here, so they weren't there. The Uhuru house in Florida, and the chairman commented in that case, but this happened everywhere. There were, I don't know how many scores and scores of these agents. They took over, they came in armored vehicles, tanks, just... it was, even at our individual homes, there, here, the Solidarity Center, where Comrade Jesse and Amanda live upstairs from there in the apartment, they went in to the center and upstairs and blocked off the whole street. But people that came by wanted to know, what was going on, and we had support from the very first day of just people coming in and supporting it. And sorry, just trying to keep everything in order, Chairman.
Work with it. You're doing fabulous. You're extraordinarily well.
No, they don't. If you really leave me, at a certain point, your brain doesn't do everything it used to do. But in any case, bear with me here. There was something I wanted to say on that.
Should run for president. That's a primary qualification.
Right.
Just don't have any sons whose birthdays you can't remember. Or do.
Oh gosh. All right. Okay, so on December 16th of 2024, this past December, and many of you were there when there was a victory. There was no fine, no dime. We could have been. So what they wanted to do is they wanted to put the chairman, myself, and Jesse as the Uhuru 3 in prison for a total of, I think the original thing, 15 years, a life sentence certainly for the chairman and for me, and and they wanted to, we had 2 charges each, and the charges had fines of $250,000 each. So we could have been forced to pay, with or without prison time, $500,000 each. So this movement, they could have charged that. So the thing about this case, as we said, we had brilliant attorneys, and who, under the leadership of Chairman O'Malley Chatilla, and I also really want to salute the work that Comrade Jesse did as the Uhuru movement. Sometimes they call it a jailhouse lawyer. I guess he was the one that kept us from the jailhouse, but did a great, amazing job doing research, finding all kinds of cases, and is already the Uhuru movement lawyer and resident lawyer. And so we're really, really proud and salute the work that you did. And some of the things about this case, though, that were very significant is that everything that we were charged with, and we had what they call overt acts, which when I read the indictment, had to, look that up. Like, what is an overt act? But every overt act was work we had done. We'd spoken here and gone on tour, and I mean, this was a case only about free speech. Only about free speech, not some kind of violence. There was no violence, there was no murder, there was no victim of this crime. There was no fraud, there was no theft, nothing. It was only free speech. It was only on the right to speak about what the Uhuru movement speaks about, what the chairman speaks about, the right of African people to be free. And so we can see that this is counterinsurgency. The law means nothing, like the chairman has said. The law is the opinion of the ruling class, and the law for African people colonized inside the U.S. means nothing, and it never has. It's always been used, as a double-edged sword, something that benefited the white population and used to attack the African population. So we were acquitted of 18 U.S. Code 951, which was basically saying that we were agents of a foreign government, specifically Russia, without registering with the government as a foreign agent, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, as we know. That is, in fact, what the chairman said. He's an agent of African people. He works for black people and made that really clear. And so that charge was dropped, but the second charge, conspiracy to act as a Russian agent, or, So how could we're not a Russian agent, but we're conspiring to be a Russian agent. It's just, absolutely absurd. And clearly a political case. And we said that this is a test case, as and I think John pointed that out. It was a test case because now they have a precedent to attack people, to attack an organization or individual based on their speech. And all of this speech historically is protected under the First Amendment, and which says what kind of, there are a few exceptions to free speech in the First Amendment, none of which applied to what we were saying. If you actually call for, so this is very serious, and it is something that is in the interest of all across the political spectrum, everyone, to take a stand in support of the Uhuru movement. So let me just say a few more things about it. We did get probation of 300 hours, and they told us that we can work with the nonprofit African People's Education and Defense Fund, which I do that majority for my hours, but I did want to say that he was suggesting doing, or they suggested doing a second place, to do more than one. So I was doing some hours, by the way, at Habitat for Humanity, which I chose because one reason why they were friendly and important supporters of Uhuru furniture, both in Oakland and in Philadelphia. And it was some, people that we had worked with, and they do certain things with volunteers, like build houses and stuff that, maybe we could learn some things about. But but now Habitat for Humanity is under investigation by the Trump administration, and they're facing whatever. I don't know if they have Russian. I don't know what the thing is, but in any case, that's that. And I did want to say that. Let's see if I have some other notes here. Just quickly, and then I'll wrap up, and other people can continue. That our sorry, excuse me. I'll find my notes here. That so we have 300. I want to say that in this country, the U.S. has the largest prison population in the entire world. And there are about, from what I've seen, 5 million people in this country under what's called state supervision. So that means prison, parole, probation, kind of thing. And 5 million people. So just think about the economic thing of that. And there was an article in the New York Times recently about how many people are in prison in debt because it costs to go to prison. You have to pay your lawyers, your trial, your transcripts, the whole thing. So it's one more way of attacking the African community and using it for primitive accumulation of capital. And so that is, that's part of what this is about, the way that they attack that. And the number of people under what's called state supervision is predominantly African and Mexican. And one of the things I read recently is that the state, when they put their statistics out for prison, because they're saying, the black community prison population has decreased. But in fact, what they did was they changed what used to be, what is called, when we check the box, mixed. Now, that used to be African. They would count mixed as African, now they count it as white. In a way to show that the prison numbers are better for the African community, which they are not. It's part of the counterinsurgency. And the prison, all of these prison laws and the enforcement and mandatory minimums were intensified after the defeat of the African Revolution of the 1960s, the Rockefeller laws, all of this. And this is part of what we are connected to. I would just say, I'm going to wrap up, but the U.S. prison population is the greatest on the planet. It is 4 times greater than China, which has a population 3 or 4 times greater than the U.S.
Over 1 billion people.
It's a couple, it's at least 1 billion. And also, just one last thing is that our computers and cell phones were taken on July 29, 2022. And and so we went to Apple, the chairman, deputy chair, and myself, because they took hers. We went to Apple the next day because the chairman held a Black community convention 2 days later. It went on as usual. And of course the Doula Project went on during the whole raids. That's the African People's Socialist Party. But we went to the Apple store and we had to get new computers, and of course, everybody knew who the chairman was, and all of the Genius Bar, quote unquote, people came, around and helped him, and we got new stuff and everything. And so recently, and we recently got them back, by the way, in the mail. Well, actually, they were given back in Florida, and Comrade Janice picked them up, and she mailed the phone and the computer of mine, and I think others. And of course, I consider that radioactive. I would never use that. You know, I would never use that. But if anybody wants to buy a cheap computer, but this computer that I have right now that has the problem that Jacoya was helping me with, where it goes into sleep and then it turns off. So it's been getting worse and worse. It's always had that. So I took it in. Yeah, I took it in to Apple last week, to the Genius Bar, and he's like, he's like, well, I'm gonna have to take this whole hard, whatever you call it, soft, what is it, the drive or something off, and I'm gonna put a new one on. But first, and I need Amanda to help me with this, but first you need to get all of your things on the cloud into a thing. So I won't do that. So I told him what happened. I told him about the raids, and I told him about how the chairman, we came there, and all the people that helped. And so he was like, well, did the FBI install something on this computer? 'Cause this computer is really weird. What's happening? So I was like, I have no idea, but we did have to, I just want to say one other thing, we did have to sign papers that they can come in our house anytime, they can go into our bank account anytime, that we have to report to a probation officer around everything, and we have to get permission 2 weeks to travel outside of eastern Missouri, which is worse. It used to be Florida and Missouri. Now it's more constricted, and we have to report to these people. We have to tell them they have total power, and I will say this, that yes, it is a very sickening feeling to be under supervision of the state. It is very sickening, and this is why the chairman is fighting, and the chairman is my leadership, and I'm here. We're gonna fight this. But I realized how many, 5 million people, mostly African and indigenous people, that's my thing, are under state supervision in prison in this country that is making billions of dollars off of that. And how many, by the way, prisoners die of cancer? That they make you sick. And I just want to say that, because the only way is to fight. The only way is the kind of fight that the chairman waged, building Hands Off Uhuru, that has built just enormous exposure. All of the comrades, Comrade Becky and Sandy, did amazing and still do. Press and media, and just all the different fronts of this campaign, which has, opened up to many, even people who are here today, for the first time, exposed this struggle, and who is Chairman O'Malley should tell it to the world. So there, the African Revolution fights and wins, and this state is going. It's over. Its power is over, and this is what we're seeing on every front. And I unite with Comrade John that it is very significant, and has they expected it to be a precedent-setting case to continue to attack everyone, but here is the chairman and the Uhuru movement fighting back, and we are winning. We are winning.
I have to say this because, like the computers that Comrade Penny is talking about, I think its memory is age-related. I think what's happening with her computer, but I think that is a horrible understatement when you talk about the 5 million African people or so that are under some kind of supervision by the state. It's incredible. It's understatement when you consider the fact that every family who is involved in welfare.
Yeah.
Every family subject
right.
to state supervision come in to make sure there's not a man in the house. Anytime they want to do that, they can do that. And if you can't even get off of welfare voluntarily, easily, the state has to come in and investigate and see if you can get off welfare. I mean, this thing is every aspect. So these so-called social workers function like police persons in our lives all the time. Every African community experiences this all the time. We're always under supervision. And I think that's something really important to understand. It's not just that. I mean, it's every aspect of our lives that we live under supervision. And it's something that settlers and colonizers do not understand. Sometimes willingly, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes purposely don't understand. But that's the condition of existence that the colonized have in this country and most of the world. But certainly it's always under supervision. I mean, they have a proposal to have airplanes, 18 hours, airplanes in the air over North St. Louis, where we live, for 18 hours a day, spying on the black community. This was a proposal that was going to be approved if the guy hadn't backed out, who was the alderperson, I think, for this ward, where we live in.
Yes.
So this is the condition that we live in all the time. We're all suspects. You're talking about how will we characterize as unindicted co-conspirators? The whole black community is, if it's not in jail, facing jail, got relatives in jail, the fact is that we're all unindicted co-conspirators.
Yes.
Uhuru.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the reality.
Yes.
That's just the reality.
Uhuru, thank you, Chairman and Penny, for explaining, just extending that, the situation, the reality of colonized people under the system. And next for our panelists, I want to introduce Chair Jesse Neville, one of the Uhuru Three.
Uhuru.
Thank you, Mads, and Uhuru. It's an honor to be on this panel with Chairman Amalia Shatella and Chairwoman Penny Hess and Comrade Afia Mwangaza, and I just appreciate everything that's been stated and laid out up to this point by the Chairman and Chairwoman Penny. And I wanted to say a little bit also about the I wanted to actually take you all back to court with us in a way.
Let's go to court.
Let's go to court. So first of all, I want to join in the salute of the lawyers. And just want to shout out all of them. Mutaki Akbar, Addie Griffin, Tom Inskeep, Leonard Goodman, and Angela Rainey. And just unite with what Chairwoman Penny said, that these lawyers, and I also want to shout out and salute Director Chimaranga Selambao, who's also an Uhuru lawyer for sure. And worked really hard to find lawyers, and also want to appreciate Lauren Reagan of the Civil Liberties Defense Center, who Chimaranga got in touch with initially, and she worked with us to find these lawyers, to vet them, and then to recommend that we interview them and see if the chairman thought it was a go. And it was quite a process, with the chairman's leadership. And from the very first meeting, the chairman said, "This is a political trial. And if we just confine our understanding of it to what it says in the law, we're done." And it's amazing because this is not the first time the chairman has gone up against the state like this. And there's a dissertation that a student wrote that we've looked at about the chairman's multiple trials in the 1960s for the courageous act of tearing down the white nationalist mural they used to hang on the wall of City Hall in St. Petersburg. The chairman had a lawyer at one point, I think that was Peterman, I believe, yeah. And the chairman said, "This is a political trial," is quoted in there. This is like 60 years ago. He said, "This is a political trial," and the lawyer didn't get it, so that lawyer got fired. So it's a credit to our attorneys and to the chairman that these lawyers didn't get fired. They went in strong. They were able to hear and learn under the chairman's leadership. and take it on. And like the chairman said, put the state on trial. We're not in a defensive posture. The chairman has also taught us so much about colonial law, that when we talk about the law, and it really is so intense, the way that the law is drummed into us as being like this higher than human beings. It's this thing that lords above us. It's the law. I like how the chairman said that yesterday, the law. And you go into court and it's all rise, and a judge comes out in the robe, and it's like a mystical kind of experience of the law. And it's just like the chairman says, the slave masters and the colonizers who got together and made up a set of rules to help them maintain the system of slavery and colonialism. That's all it is. The chairman says the colonizers make the laws, and that's literally true. Who makes the laws? Congress, the president, the city council. They make the laws. That's the colonizers make the laws with the support and complicity, in most cases, of the general white population. And then the colonial state, using violence, enforces the law, aka law enforcement officers, cops. The state are there to carry out and enforce colonial law. And the chairman's comment about when we were indicted, our motion, the government's response to our First Amendment argument, we said that this was a violation. The indictment itself, even if everything in the indictment was true, which none of it was, but even if it was all true, as Attorney Leonard Goodman argued, there would be still no grounds, legal grounds, for bringing a criminal indictment, because everything that was accused in the indictment was free speech. This was the first time the US government had ever used this law, Section 951, to target someone based purely on words. And that's not to say that we're against the existence of this law. So it's not to say that the other instances of when they used the law were legitimate, but they usually cooked up something beyond words. They would say this person was engaged in spying, and therefore they were an agent of China or Cuba or so-and-so. This person was engaged in some kind of fraud or illegal lobbying or whatever. But in this case, it was just speech. There was no drug trafficking, gun running or murder, anything like that alleged in the indictment. And the government's response to that was, well, this is not a free speech case because 951 is a content neutral law. Meaning the law doesn't say you can't talk about black people being free, you can't talk about reparations, you can't talk about genocide. The law simply says you can't act under the control of another government without registering with the Attorney General's office. So they said this is not about free speech, it's a content neutral law. But like the chairman points out, so is running a stop sign a content neutral law. So is every law that is used, resisting arrest, blocking traffic, incitement to riot. These are all supposedly content neutral laws that are used to target and to carry out, they're used as instruments of colonial oppression against African and colonized people every single day. And that's because, like the chairman said, the laws are colonial laws. The law is the opinion of the ruling class. And in this case, I also appreciate the chairman mentioning my dad and my uncle yesterday. And I just wanted to share that they're both lawyers. And when the indictment first came down, I called my lawyers, basically, my dad and my uncle. And my dad, he said, Jesse, I've read the indictment 10 times. I don't understand. What did you do? What are they saying you did? And, it was like understandable confusion because they weren't saying we did anything. They were saying we talked. They were saying the chairman gave a speech denouncing, the U.S. proxy war in Russia. They were saying that Chairwoman Penny Hess was involved in promoting a petition on reparation, on genocide, calling on the United Nations to charge the U.S. government with genocide. They were saying that we did a reparations tour. So he was saying, what did you do? And also, when I talked to my uncle, he said, how do you know that so he said, so you were indicted? I said, no, we're unindicted co-conspirators. And, so we weren't named in the first indictment. And that also included Akile Anai in St. Petersburg, Florida, who was Uhuru 4, basically, in the original indictment on July 29th. And so he said, but you're sure that they're talking about you? And I'm like, yeah, Alan, this is what it says. It says, Unindicted co-conspirator number 3, a member of one of the components of the African People's Socialist Party, used to live in St. Petersburg, Florida, now lives in St. Louis, ran for mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida. And he goes, oh, they didn't mention your grandfather used to own a restaurant in Miami? So yeah, I just wanted to salute Alan and my dad, David, and also my mother, Dana, and my brother, John. For being there, for supporting this struggle every step of the way. And yeah, so as Chairwoman Penny laid out, the indictment that came on April 18th, I believe it was, 2023, this was 9 months after the raids. We were, the chairman and Chairwoman Penny and myself were considered unindicted co-conspirators, and Director Akile, for 9 months before they came out with this so-called superseding indictment on April 18th, and they charged us each with one count of these 2 federal crimes, which was, as Penny said, was to act as Russian agents without notifying the Attorney General's office. And as a side note, the current Attorney General, who I'll say more about later, is actually a registered foreign agent, by the way, of Qatar. And secondly, conspiracy to act as agents of Russia without notifying the Attorney General. And in the trial, and before I get to that, as the chairman says, these are political laws. These are explicitly political laws. The 951 charge actually is an outgrowth of the 1917 Espionage Act that was created by the U.S. government during that period to target African and other colonized peoples fighting for liberation. And the conspiracy law is something that they've used time and time and time again against the African liberation movement and against the African community as a whole, including the Panther 21, who were charged with conspiring to blow up police stations and botanical gardens and things like that, even though none of that actually happened. They use conspiracy law because it's basically, like the chairman says, a thought crime. They don't have to prove that you actually did anything. They just have to make a judge think, or make a jury think, that you wanted to do it, that it was in your minds to do it, and that you somewhere, somehow, even if there's no evidence of it, had some communication with each other that you wanted to carry this out. So we went to trial in September, and I think it's important that we went to trial, because the chairman always says that he calls on people who face prosecution, persecution by the colonial state to go to trial. The chairman has said that if everybody, half the people who are charged, federal, state, and county level, and city, went to trial instead of taking plea deals, the entire judicial system would collapse. It's not set up for that. The idea that you have a constitutional right to a trial by a jury of your peers is complete BS, because they the federal government brags about having a 98% conviction rate. They call themselves the conviction machine. And that's not because they have these brilliant prosecutors going in front of a jury and winning cases. It's because they threaten people with decades and decades in prison, and many people end up taking plea deals. And the chairman said, no, we have to fight back. We have to take them to trial and put them on trial. The other statistic I wanted to mention, I just looked this up while I was sitting here, is that the federal government, the rate of people who are convicted of a federal felony who are sentenced to only probation is 6%. Wow. 94% of people who are convicted of a federal felony are sent to prison. So this was an incredible thing that happened on December 16th. Probation conditions are outrageous, and we are continuing to fight back against that. But it was an incredible victory that they wanted to put the chairman in prison for the rest of his life, and you saw how that day ended when the chairman walked out of that courthouse. And Addie Griffin, the chairman's lawyer, and the prosecutor, Daniel Marcet, stood next to each other, and there's a huge throng of people chanting, "Not one day, not one dime," and Addie turns to the prosecutor and says, "You first." So just to quickly sum up, for anyone who wasn't able to be with us, and I want to thank everybody who was there for the trial. The courthouse was packed every single day, and we had, it was supposed to be a month-long trial. It ended up being a week. It was September 2nd, I think, or September 3rd. September 3rd to September 12th when the verdict came down. And the opening arguments were incredibly powerful from our attorneys. In one opening argument, Mutaki Akbar stood up there, and Amanda told me that he turned around before he went up there and he said, remember everyone, no applauding. And, because he knew, he went up there and he started off his opening argument by saying, Uhuru, Uhuru, Uhuru. Uhuru means freedom, freedom of speech. You're going to hear that word a lot in this trial, and proceeded to talk about who the Uhuru movement was. You had Addie Griffin going up there and saying that Chairman Omali Yeshitela is a man of integrity who has fought for his entire life for the liberation of African people. And in her closing arguments, who said, Omali Yeshitela is a revolutionary, he is not for sale. Those were the words of the attorney. The government presented 0 human beings, as the chairman said, as witnesses.
But I think we have to say something about Leonard.
Leonard, and I want to salute Leonard Goodman and Angela Rainier. Angela was brilliant on every front. Leading up to the trial, we mostly experienced the behind-the-scenes work that she did, going through 13 terabytes of data, doing research, helping to craft motions and arguments. But then in the court, she was also brilliant in front of the judge, arguing different points, throughout the trial, different motions that came up throughout the trial. And Leonard Goodman, who took on this case pro bono, he took on this case because he believed it was so important to wage this struggle for free speech. Uhuru. And I'm actually I know I'm almost out of time, but I want to quickly quote from some of my personal favorite moments in the trial, one which includes Leonard Goodman. We had some expert witnesses lined up of great esteem, including Robin D.G. Kelly, John Mearsheimer, who writes a lot about Russia and Ukraine and things like that. We ended up not calling those expert witnesses, but we did have Leonard Goodman. And he filled the void when it came to having an expert witness, especially on the question of Russia and Ukraine. He absolutely lacerated the so-called expert witnesses that the government brought up under cross-examination. So the government called no real witnesses. They had no one. They had no former members of the Uhuru movement to come and lie on the stand. They had nobody. And they had years and years to try to find somebody. They offered a $10 million reward to anybody who would come and talk. They got nothing. They ended up with 12 FBI agents, which was just an absolute clown show. They came up there and, held the Russian flag upside down and said that, ended up helping us, really. The lawyers would cross-examine them and say, so in other words, did you find any evidence that Mr. Yeshitela had ever worked under their direction? No. Did you find any evidence he had worked under their control? No. Okay. And then the question, they said that we had engaged in election interference. Yeah. Because Director Akile, who was not indicted, and myself, we ran for office under the leadership of the chairman and the party in St. Petersburg, Florida, for city council and mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida. They said this was part of a Kremlin plot to take the White House by starting with St. Petersburg, Florida. And so the lead investigator in the case, Kelly Bowen, I don't mind saying her name, Kelly Bowen. Okay? So she got up there and she was supposed to be the star witness because she had presided over the entire investigation. So our attorneys cross-examined her. They said, so did you find any evidence that there was any election interference? No! She did not. So they said, and by the way, she started off real confident, well-trained. By the end of it, she's like, Amanda says she saw a tear dropping down her face. So she's saying, no, we did not find any. We know that they talked about elections. So Addie goes, so now you're saying the argument is that they talked about elections? Is that what you're saying? That's the charge? They talked about elections? She goes, oh, well, and then she asks her, so if you knew that there was no election interference, why was that in the headline of the Department of Justice's press release about this indictment? And she says, well, I don't write the headlines for the DOJ press releases. And she says, what about the indictment? Did you consult with the prosecutor's office on the indictment? And she says, yes, I did. So basically, this woman was forced into a position of admitting that the Department of Justice and the FBI knowingly lied to the public when they put out this press release and this indictment charging election interference with no evidence, not a single shred of evidence whatsoever. And finally, I just wanted to quote from you this section from the cross-examination of one of the FBI agents by Leonard Goodman. He came up after this person had testified about national security, because that was the government's argument, was that the chairman and the Uhuru 3 were national security threats. And that's why they said this is not a violation of the First Amendment, but they literally argued even if it was, it would be okay, because these people are a danger to the national security of the United States, and that overrides their right to the First Amendment. That was their argument, which, by the way, is the same argument they're using now to justify the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil at Columbia University and other students that are being targeted, Palestinian students. So Leonard asked this FBI agent, you say the scope of your work is counterintelligence, investigating threats to national security, is that correct? And the person said, as a counterintelligence agent, yes, correct. Leonard, Goodman says, is holding a rally and demanding reparations for police abuse for years of forced labor for black people, is that damaging the national security of the United States? The agent says, no. Is protesting police killings, is that damaging the national security of the United States? The agent says, no. What about protesting war? No. What about protesting US foreign policy in foreign countries? Is that damaging national security? No. What about protesting US support for Ukraine? Does that damage national security? No. And Leonard Goodman says, nothing further, Your Honor, thank you. So I think I'm out of time, but I just wanted to mention quickly the recent updates, if that's okay. Yeah. So I won't run through the whole sentencing hearing because we saw the videos of that and talked about that, but some very interesting, important developments have taken place politically and legally in the months following our sentencing hearing. And also, we are appealing the conspiracy conviction. So we have an active appeal. The appeal brief is scheduled to be filed on April 14th, assuming there's no continuances on that. So this appeal is going to be really important to get this conviction overturned, and more importantly, to establish that the indictment itself should not have ever happened. So Trump is the president, I know everyone's aware of that, and he appointed a new Attorney General, Pam Bondi, who's actually out of Tampa, Florida, where the trial took place. On February 5th of this year, Pam Bondi took office and she issued a memo to the Department of Justice. And in her memo, she said that the Department of Justice would be shifting resources in the National Security Division. The National Security Division is the division of the DOJ that prosecuted the chairman and the Uhuru 3. She said to free resources to address more pressing priorities and end risks of further weaponizations and abuses of prosecutorial discretion. The Foreign Influence Task Force will be disbanded. Wow. Recourse to criminal charges under the Foreign Agent Registration Act and 18 U.S.C. Section 951 shall be limited to instances of alleged conduct similar to more traditional espionage by foreign government actors. Wow. So, in other words, the very law wielded by the Biden administration to target and attempt to put Chairman Omali Yeshitela in prison for words in a case where even the judge said there was no espionage, the current Department of Justice is saying they will not be prosecuting people unless there is espionage alleged. And this proves what the chairman always says, that the law is the opinion of the ruling class. Depending on who's in there, their interpretation of the law is completely different. Also, on July 29th, there was a press conference that the FBI held in the St. Petersburg police station on that day to announce that they were investigating the Uhuru movement. And one of the speakers was Roger Hanberg, the U.S. attorney for the Middle District of Florida, who oversaw the prosecution. Roger Hanberg is now out of a job. We also just recently learned that Pam Bondi disbanded this thing. This is Angela found out about this one. There was something called the Klepto Capture Task Force. Okay, this was a function of the Department of Justice that was created under Merrick Garland when Biden was president, and its objective was to enforce sanctions against Russia. The co-director of the Klepto Capture Task Force was Menno Goodman, who was one of the prosecutors in the case of the Uhuru 3. The Klepto Capture Task Force is no more. They have disbanded that. And finally, last update, just a couple of weeks ago, Alexander Ionov,
Yes.
who is the Russian man that the U.S. government alleged of being the puppet master of this conspiracy, who is the head of a non-governmental organization in Russia, hired an attorney named George Lambert in Sunny Isles, Florida, to represent him because the charge against him is still pending. Of course, he lives in Russia, so he was not put on trial. And based on, so the attorney filed a motion to compel the prosecutors to turn over discovery materials to him, and said that they were preparing to seek a dismissal of the charge against Ionov based on the fact that, one, the new administration's changed interpretation of the statute means that this charge would be considered an example of political weaponization and should be dismissed on those grounds. And secondly, what happened in the case of the Uhuru 3, he said, was short of complete dismissal. They were found, this guy is charged with recruiting the Uhuru 3 to be Russian agents. We were found not guilty of being Russian agents. And then in the conspiracy case, the judge did not sentence anyone to prison and said that everything that the Uhuru 3 did was free speech. So Ionov's attorney used these arguments in his argument. The prosecutor responded saying that they would not turn over discovery materials because Ionov is a fugitive. And his lawyer said he's not a fugitive. He lives in Russia. He didn't flee the United States. So this is all happening and all unfolding as the struggle continues under the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella. And I just want to thank everybody for being a part of this movement. And it's not over. We're going to continue to fight, and under the leadership of the African Revolution, continue to win.
Thank you, Jesse, for bringing us to the day, and those updates are very important. I also did want to mention we are going to have a Q&A and discussion after this. So if you have anything, write it down. If you're on the Zoom, write it in the chat or on social media, and we'll get to those questions and discussion. And next, I have the honor of introducing our special guest, the veteran of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and the Executive Director of the Malcolm X Center, Afia Nungwaza.
It is such a joy to be here. I'm always so inspired and so full to be with you and to be with the chairman, my comrade, and that to make that linkage that from, in some ways, the glory days of the African Revolution in the U.S. But even more importantly, that it's not only were they glory days, but they foretell glorious days to come. There were a number of ideas that I had that I wanted to touch on about the case and the traditions that the case revives. One is the courage of one's convictions. That folk went to jail and gladly went to jail. I can remember cases of folk in Mississippi who went to Parchment Farm. They had the choice of paying a fine or going to Parchment Prison, which was one of and is one of the worst prisons in the United States. And of course, it is a form of plantation, agricultural plantation in the traditional sense. But the government was able to do something about the celebration and the importance of standing for one's conviction. And that was the introduction of the drug war, imposition of the drug war on the community. You didn't even have to be involved with drugs, but if they could say they came out of a drug-ridden area, it discounted and it reduced the significance of the stand that had been taken. Freedom of speech in this country has been an issue from its inception. In preparing for this morning, I went online to look at a bit of the history of the First Amendment. And the U.S. Constitution almost didn't get ratified because of the reservation of the ruling class against freedom of speech. It was the states of Massachusetts, Virginia, New York, North Carolina, and Rhode Island which would have prevented them from having a quorum to ratify the Constitution, that said they would not ratify the Constitution unless until it had a Bill of Rights. And the first of which would be the Constitution, the amendment, the First Amendment, wherein folk would have the freedom to express themselves, would have the freedom of assembly, along with freedom of speech, religion, press, assembly, and to petition the government. We hear a lot about the Second Amendment, and not much else about the Third Amendment, which says that we are not to be forced to quarter soldiers, and that means keep allowing cops to stay in our houses. The Fourth Amendment, unreasonable searches and seizures, but that probable cause is required and a warrant based on probable cause. The Fifth Amendment, we're against self-incrimination, double jeopardy, which they've managed to redefine. So you can be charged with the same act charges, both state and federal, and how they twisted that up and around. Even after more than 40 years of practice, I still marvel. The Sixth Amendment, a fair and speedy trial, well, you don't hear anything about that because that don't happen in the United States. In fact, one of the Huey's demands was that that folks from the neighborhood were the only ones who were competent to be jurors of one's peers for black people. The Seventh Amendment, the right to a jury trial in civil cases. The Eighth Amendment against excessive bail, fines, and cruel and unusual punishment, out of which, and being challenged by the no cash bail movement, that bail is used in order to keep people in prison, and of course was abused in the case of the Uhuru 3, since they knew you all weren't going anywhere. You should have been able to sign on your own recognizance, as opposed to having to put up bail. The cruel and unusual punishment, of course, is supposed to refer to the death penalty, but for a period of time, if the death penalty was in rescission. South Carolina, however, has revived even the firing squad in order to ensure that folks whom they've oppressed and excluded from the daily life of this society are either strangled by hanging, poisoned with lethal injection, or fried with electrocutions, or shot by firing squad to establish their level of civilization. The Ninth Amendment being the unenumerated rights of citizens, and I've never been able to understand why abortion isn't included in unenumerated rights. A woman's right of self-determination as an unenumerated right under the U.S. Constitution, and the 10th being the powers not given to the federal government are given to the states. And as we watch today and we hear the clarion call re-emerging of states' rights, we understand clearly what that means. That all things old are new again. That all of the amendments that I've just read, when implemented by the states, carried with them the taint of the Holocaust of enslavement of African people and the exploitation of the masses in this country generally. I wanted to also talk about the revival of the tradition of the people's lawyer or the movement lawyer. Not only was it necessary to have a client who was courageous and who would stand for his or her convictions and risk internment into the concentration camps that are called prisons and jails in this country, but also the lawyer who would risk his or her life, license, and liberty to represent that person or those people. That tradition was revived around the Uhuru 3 trial, and it set a new standard not only for defendants, but a new standard for movement lawyers. The representation that the lawyers brought in this case, it will be not only the reference that you gave earlier, that someone else is using, your puppet master, right? But it will also be the standard that will be applied in the cases that of students being persecuted by the U.S. government and ultimately states for standing up on behalf of Palestinian human rights and against Zionism. The very notion that the Columbia University, first of all, that the president gets fired, number one. Number two, that the U.S. government presumes to force, in order for them to get $430 million previously allocated to them by Congress, mind you, of which the executive branch has no authority other than the right to check, it's to be required to revoke someone's degree. Can you imagine that? You made it all the way through undergraduate school, graduate school, professional school, got your PhD, your JD or LLB, and because you stood up for the human rights of other human beings, that can be canceled. Secondly, or thirdly, that the Middle East programs has to be placed under federal supervision for 5 years in order to ensure that Zionism is not criticized or otherwise challenged. Is a form of suppression of not only free speech, academic freedom, but also of intelligence and the control of information in this society, the extent to which folk will have access to current, accurate, and useful information. The points for which the Uhuru 3 case stands have not been fully recognized at this point in time. The arguments that were made in the case are arguments that will be applied to future cases in such a way as to broaden and redefine, as well as to revive the concept of the First Amendment and what is covered by the First Amendment. I'll leave there. I'll stop there with an acknowledgement of the National Lawyers Guild, which was founded in 1937. It is even more than the National Conference of Black Lawyers, the revolutionary arm of the movement for human rights in the United States. Thank you.
Uhuru.
Thank you so much for that contribution. And our final panelist is one of the Uhuru Three and the leader of the Uhuru movement, Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
Uhuru, thank you very much. And I want to express appreciation to everything that's been stated up to now and the fact that we're having this discussion, which I think is extremely important. I want to also acknowledge my wife, Kamet Ona Zene Yeshitela. Not for some of the obvious reasons in terms of we know how she's participated in this work and the role that she's played, and we saw great evidence of that yesterday, and many people who are in this room now have experienced her leadership directly. So we know what that's about. But what many people don't know is that Kamen Ona is directly from the African working class. I found it very extraordinary that she was able somehow, crook scheme somehow, to end up with a job working for for the government of the city of Pinellas Park, Florida, which is a neighboring city to St. Petersburg. The reason I say that is because Comrade Ona, she grew up in St. Petersburg, in one of the roughest sectors of St. Petersburg, Florida, surrounded by the people who were struggling to exist under the worst circumstances, no access to normal in the white sense of the word, the colonizer sense of the word, those kinds of resources. With brothers died of AIDS, imprisoned, surrounded by people who made their living hustling, etc. She gets this extraordinary job. She's an extraordinary woman. And she gets this job, and in this process, she learned the functioning of the government. She was an entity in the structure of the government. This is the working class who's up in there. This is mind-blowing. And so she comes from that, she brings from that something different. You have Africans who go into those situations and for the purpose of trying to ascend into the African petty bourgeoisie, to be the middle class, to be this or that. But in every instance, she's always been involved in trying to establish certain kinds of enterprises, but in every instance it was in the middle of the African community, trying to uplift the African community, even if that was not the perceived intent, self-perceived intent. That's where she settled, and that's where she did the work, and that's how she came to a certain consciousness, and that's what she brought here. She's the working class. She's the working class. When they raided our homes and what have you, where other people may have fainted and surrendered and collapsed and what have you, not a single word, never that kind of situation. In fact, the guns they took from our house were owner's guns. And she's licensed to carry, right? And in fact, the FBI agent who was talking to us outside saying, we know you're licensed to carry, so where's the guns, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and it's made a profound difference in how we've done so many things, and how the African working class has access, and that doesn't happen most often. The work that we've done for so long, because we are an organization of the African working class, not only in philosophy, ideology, but in practical reality. And I think she got a degree sometime subsequent to that. Once she was, in the movement and stuff, and going to college, etc., to get a degree, she got that. But we've never been an organization of the African petty bourgeoisie. We never had access to certain trainings and stuff like that, because the petty bourgeoisie, when it was able, it moved away from the African working class and it found its attempt to integrate into the system itself. In fact, I am probably the least educated, the least educated member of the Central Committee of the party, and perhaps I'm one of the, I'm least educated than most of the people who are in the party. I mean, I even left high school, as a senior. I left high school and went into the military and whatever. I mean, I got a GED or something like that, but my point is, it's been a working class organization all along. And we have been without access to certain kinds of expertise and training that the African petty bourgeoisie has. And so the African petty bourgeoisie that would criticize us for doing this with white people or that with white people, etc., always had an opportunity, if they wanted to join in and help to do the stuff that they're criticizing us for doing with somebody else. But they wouldn't, because their class interest directed them someplace else. So also, I wanted to talk about this entire question of this relationship that we have to the law, and to remind people that slavery was legal, and that even Nat Turner, who initiated this great, magnificent rebellion in 1831 with the cry, "Strike at night and spare no one." And this was in the Tidewater area of Virginia, and they did. And they killed some white people. They killed the white people who owned Nat Turner. I'm proud to say that, looking at the records, one of the people with Nat Turner was a young, they call him a young boy, a young man, or something like that, whose last name was Waller. Which used to be my last name. But they captured Nat Turner maybe a month or so later, and they put him on trial. They actually took him to trial, and they put him on trial, and he was convicted. They convicted him, said that you're guilty. He said, "I don't feel guilty." But the point is that if Nat Turner, if they had found him not guilty, he wouldn't have been free. Right. Would he? Right. He would not have been free. He still would have been living under colonial slavery. That was the law of the land. And the law of the land today, just as then, supports colonial domination of Africans and other people in this country. So colonialism is the colonizer makes the law. In the United States, we have something that at one juncture was appeared to be like unusual, in the sense that colonialism, after a while, it veered from the tradition of colonialism that people had come to know of, where the colonizer leave Europe, come to some place and steal all the resources, etc., send it all to Europe that they call the mother country, right? That was the mother country that they came from. In the United States, the thieves stayed. They said, this is a great racket. Why the hell should we be sending this stuff back to England? Why should we be paying taxes to England? This is a good thing that we've got. And so they fought England. They called it a revolution. And they achieved what they characterized as independence in 1776 on the land of the indigenous people, right? And they created the thing that we call the Constitution in 1787. The Constitutional Convention adopted this Constitution. In 1791, I think it was, the Bill of Rights were included. And the Bill of Rights in 1791, we were still property. They didn't talk about us. Some people make the mistake of thinking that the Constitution's mention of 3/5 of a human being, that 3/5 of a vote that was given meant that we were considered 3/5 of a person. We were not considered persons. The fact is, they simply used that to count that as a measure of how many votes, the power that white people should have in the South as a condition for consolidating the Constitution. That to get the white people in the South to agree to the Constitution, etc., they were given the right to count every African they own as 3/5 of a vote.
That's where that came from. Therefore, when you look at things like the House of Representatives, is that what I'm thinking about now? Mm-hmm. When you look at things like the Electoral College, etc., those votes that constitute the Electoral College, etc., they come from because the fact that white people own us, and they use that as a measurement, a gauge of how much power they should have. So you got a constitutional setup that was based on the oppression and exploitation of African people, for real. And so this is the kind of conundrum that some people find. But this is one of the reasons we were able to go into that court after they attacked us. Why in the hell? You saw some of this. They would come with armored vehicles. And by the way, the thing that you saw at our house in Redwood, that picture came about later. Yeah. So you didn't see the number of agents who were there, who attacked our home, etc. So I wanted to make those kinds of observations. So we never had First Amendment rights. We never had the right to free speech. Who in the hell ever heard of a situation where an enslaved person would have the right to free speech? What in the hell is an enslaved person going to talk about? It's definitely not going to be talking about how we love America, etc. We're going to, how the hell do we get out of here? We're going to say what Nat Turner said, strike at night and spare no one. They make sure that they don't have the right to speak at all. That's the thing that we're looking at. So this thing that going to court, they attacked us, and they gave us 9 months, but they thought, they must have thought that we were going to be one of the 97%, 98% of the people who say, okay, we've been hit. They brought FBI, they shot military forces against us, took over entire communities, blocked them off, so that, and even in St. Petersburg, Florida, I talked to people who had to show ID in order to leave and come to their homes, where they came to our house there. And so they make the assumption that people, because of that, people always take a deal. Take a deal. You're supposed to have the right, a jury by your peers, but if you do that, they threaten you. This is what's going to happen to you if you go to trial. So I know that this thing is, they accuse you of this or that, except the FBI, the horrible, terrible, all-seeing, all-knowing, pervasive FBI everywhere, etc. Your ass is toast. So they say this is what you have to do. You can cop a plea. Here's the deal we will give you. Right now you're facing 20 years in prison. But if you take 5 years, if you take this deal, you just get 5 years. That's all we're going to give you. 5 for what? Yeah. Right. You understand? And so this is the thing. This is what they do. So all these people, they get this so-called constitutional right, a jury, a trial by your peers. That's garbage. Yeah. They put you against the gun. Yeah. And this is your choice: to be shot right now, or take your chances, at some kind of survival at a later period. That's the charge. That's the choice. So it's a rigged game that is rigged against the oppressed. I want to say that one of the things that we were conscious of all along, that when we were looking at this trial, and one reason it took 9 months is because they wanted us to surrender or quit, take a deal, leave, get out, bounce, go someplace else or what have you, and escape, if you will. But they wanted us to abandon the democratic space that black people fought for. I fought for that. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I was doing in South Georgia when I was organizing throughout the state of Florida, just for the right for black people to vote. They wanted us to abandon all the work. The democracy in the United States is defined by the struggle of black people in this country. They wanted us to surrender all that democratic space that we fought for, go underground, do this or that, take some premature action that's going to result in giving them a legitimate, from their perspective, basis of attacking us. Hell no, we're not going to do that. You said you believe in right to free speech. We're going to see what you believe in the real world. We're going to see if you believe in. We're putting your ass on trial. We're putting free speech on trial. We're putting the First Amendment on trial. We're putting the Bill of Rights on trial. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to stay here. We're going to tussle with you. We're going to grab you by the belt. That's what we did. That's what we did. And so it was they who were on trial. They were really on trial. Their system, we put it on trial. And that was extremely important to occur. We built a magnificent defense force, and I don't know if everybody has understood that. We work right now in St. Louis, Missouri, and we do, I think, pretty decent work in St. Louis, Missouri. Everything that you've seen here, it's not just St. Louis, other places, but it's about making concrete changes in the world, not just trying to get in, not just protesting because we don't like somebody or they treated us badly, but making concrete changes. Because African people have to be in control of our own destiny. We have to be in control of our own lives. We have to know that our children will have a future based on the fact that we have captured that future for them, not based on whether some good white person or some good lickspittle has been elected to office, except that's what we're about. That's what we fight for. And some people who we have relationships with don't understand that. Because in the last period, for the last 3 generations, after having killed Malcolm, after having killed Nkrumah, after having killed King, and everybody who was out there trying to make the struggle for our freedom, people have been accustomed to a movement of us trying to be good Americans. Be a better American. And Africans, by the way, have been more patriotic. You won't find a better patriot in the world than an African who's become patriotic. You understand? But they have beaten out of the consciousness of many Africans. That's why they killed Malcolm, not just to get rid of a physical presence, but to get rid of the ideological influence over the masses of the people. Right. Get rid of the assumption that you should be in control of your own lives. And people knew this. And when Malcolm went to Mecca, when Malcolm began traveling around Africa, and they said that was the death knell. Yeah. And they said that King, this is even King's circle, said that when he took the stance on Vietnam and what have you, that what that meant about his ability to live. When you break out of the encirclement that's been imposed on black people and reach out to the rest of the world, it fractures this whole notion of this sanctified democratic place of America. It ain't real. It ain't real. And the only people who believe it's real are white people in America. And the most politically backwards population on earth, perhaps next to Israel, and used to be South Africa, are white people here. And who believe all this garbage because you don't have to live under the hammer. So every time something happened to us, we get arrested, we get attacked. Well, they must have done something. This is what we get from white people. They must have done something for the state to attack. Now, like, when I was sitting up in Africa cooling it, etc., I did something. And then the white people came over and captured us. The indigenous people must have done something for them to come and take their land and take their resources and put them under genocidal conditions. This is the kind of consciousness that prevails here. And some white people and so-called leftists and friends of ours don't understand that when we say that we're involved in the struggle, we're not involved in the struggle to make America better. We're involved in the struggle to make black people free. That's what our objective is, to make black people free. And if your objective is simply one to make America better, you see me as a problem. Right. And so this whole question of fighting against racism, and that's what we're supposed to do. I'm supposed to be fighting against racism, which is garbage. It presupposes the centrality of white people in such a profoundly significant way. Mm-hmm. Fighting against the opinions of white people. Do white people like me? Is there enough skin lightener stuff out there on the market that I can get my hands on? I mean, this is my 2 minutes, okay? So this is the kind of stuff that we are contending with. But when we went, one of the first questions I asked the lawyers, and this was a critical question. Do you believe that we're innocent? So they talked lawyerly around that, but they didn't say they thought we were guilty. Yeah. And that allowed us to move forward with the discussion. Right. We can go beyond that. I don't want to hear this stuff, and because we were running into the fact this is what the law says. And the lawyers have been trained under this current situation. They weren't trained. They weren't counselors. They weren't Howard, what's his name? Howard Morris and what have you. they were just lawyers who came into existence during a period that presumed the success of the civil rights movement, the success of freedom of black people. Everybody, it's a level playing field. This was a presumption that was there. They knew the government did some stuff if you were selling dope. They know that the government may have mishandled that case and every now and then shoot somebody, etc. But this whole notion that the entire African population lives under colonial domination and there are no rights for the colonized. As they said in 1857, right here, Judge Taney, what did he say? That the black man has no rights that the white man has to respect. That was the Supreme Court ruling. This wasn't some Ku Klux Klan person. This was the United States Supreme Court in 1857 made that statement. And so that's the thing that's impacted the consciousness of a lot of people. So we knew that part of what we were up against, and that's only 2 minutes. I'm going to really move with that. We knew that part of what we were up against is that the colonizers, ruling class themselves, were in a big fight with each other. And that's where we saw the law used by Biden against Trump. They used the law. That was a part of the campaign activity that they were engaged in to beat Trump through the law, using the law. Put him in jail, put all the people around him in jail, make all kinds of things about what he says, make that the issue, etc. And they succeeded in crushing a lot of that. And every day they moved against the Trump administration based on that. And then what you had was here we are on trial in the second time around. And Trump is there. And now Trump is getting rid of many of the laws, and we knew that this issue was out there. That the Supreme Court, they took so long to rule on certain issues that we put forth, motions that we made, because they were seeing which way the wind was blowing. Yes. This is what the court's doing, seeing which way the wind was blowing, because it had nothing to do with law, except that they used the law to carry out political objectives. Right. They did that with Trump. And they've been doing that, generally speaking, as the struggles heats up. That's where the law came from in 1917. That was the era of Garvey, but that was also the era of the Russian Revolution. Right. So this whole thing that they put forth, the sedition and what have you, that was a political law from its inception. And they used it against us and whatever, and we recognize it as a political law, and that they're using the law to carry out a political mission. And that was and not just... You have to understand, people say, well, you're just a small group, etc. Let me tell you how small we are. We are a little bigger, we're a little smaller than Gaza or than Palestine, with 3 million people, right? But they send a Mediterranean ship, they send in warships and what have you to crush it. They're fighting, killing people in the Houthis in Yemen. They're attacking all kinds of countries, little old tiny Palestine. Yes. Because Palestine, people have understood this many times from at least since the 60s. Palestine was critical to the Arab Revolution. All those reactionary Arabs and what have you sitting there on a construct that white power created. Right. You know, when you look at Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, and its borders and stuff like that. White people did this. Sykes, what was it? Pico deal in 17 or 19. They created at the same time. The white people gave Palestine to white people, Jews, with the Balfour Declaration. All of this stuff was happening at the same time. And now here we are, little us, in St. Louis, Missouri, the city where the United States government is taking 2,000 acres of black people's property that was where we're already being pushed out. 2,000 acres. They put a spy agency here, the NGA, what is it, National Geospatial Intelligence entity here, west, right here, next door to us, just a few blocks away from here, they put that. And here we are talking about Black Power blueprint. Here we are taking these properties when they are doing every goddamn thing they can to take it, and they're going to use this as a base for killing Palestinians. Yeah. When you see Palestinians being killed, when you see the people in Ukraine being bombed, and they can do that right there in Moscow, it's because of the intelligence that they get from this NGA, not just here, because the major one is more than 2 million square foot area in the Washington, D.C. area. And so here's where all the satellites in this country guided by that. All the drones that they use are informed by this apparatus they set up, and here we are, little us, insignificant us, and what have you, who have the audacity to be trying to take over our own communities, which is the whole part of the process of fighting against colonialism that people are engaged in Gaza and every place else around the world. This is one of the reasons they would attack us, and I just wanted to say that. And so this case was affected by the intra-bourgeois struggle, the struggle that was happening within contending sectors of the ruling class, and how the law is utilized at different times. Law change. I've seen law change. I've seen the meaning of stuff like what was it called? Reasonable suspicion now, but it used to be called what?
Reasonable doubt.
Reasonable doubt. And so now they changed reasonable doubt to mean reasonable suspicion. What in the hell is reasonable suspicion? It's what the pig think it is. That's what the hell reasonable suspicion is. They changed it all. It's meaningless. It has nothing to do. It's the opinion of the white ruling class. It's the opinion of the colonizers. It's the opinion of the slave owners. And so you cannot look for justice there. What you have to fight is the political thing that it revolves around. This is what we took to help the lawyers to understand. The lawyers kept saying, I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen them do this kind of thing. I don't know why they take so long to make this ruling. I don't know, except because it's a political struggle. And they're dealing with the political situation in the world. Even that's why they're talking about Ukraine. Why in the hell are they putting me in jail because of Ukraine? Because we went against their objectives to dominate the world. They're talking about, and I appreciate what John was able to talk about. Because you're on the precipice of a third world war that can destroy the whole damn planet, and they want to put me in jail for being opposed to the fact that they are using Ukraine as a war to make against Russia. And Russia is armed to the teeth. I saw a report, a Russian at one juncture was talking about, this is before Trump came to power, that Russia is the only country that could reduce America to a parking lot. You understand? So this is the thing, they're going to put us in this situation, and with the NGA being right down the street from here, if Russia decides to strike back, who the hell are they going to hit? You understand what I'm saying? Where is it going to fall? Right in my neighborhood, where we're trying to do the Black Power blueprint. That's it. Finally, this. The right to speech, free speech is precious. But we're talking about anti-colonial free speech. And one of the biggest problems we've had historically is the fact that the colonizer white left, the colonial left, the left colonizers have also fought against the right of African people to define our reality. They fought harder. They've given logic. They've given ideology. They've given all of this to the reason why African people should not be able to fight for our own freedom on our own terms. This is what the biggest fight we have, and that's one of the reasons this is important, one of the reasons you're important, one of the reasons we have more than 130-odd cities right now, and people don't even understand some of what they see. The growing influence, the growing ability of white people to support reparations. People see this data, they don't know where it's coming from. They don't know that it's a part of the strategy of the African People's Socialist Party to break us out of the isolation they've imposed on us. They don't know that in the middle of the most oppressed sector of the population, black people are coming together under some difficult circumstances to talk about the critical questions that's impacting the whole world. This is happening under the leadership of the advanced chancellor. And we made it hard for them. We made it hard for them. How do you say that in St. Louis? Come on, say it hard. Is it hard? Hard? How do you say that? We made it hard. We made it real hard for them to do that. I mean, by the time we got back to sentencing, the judge had received more than 1,600 letters supporting us. They're not accustomed to that. The dope pushers don't get 1,600 letters supporting them. The money launderers do not get 1,600 letters supporting them. Gun runners do not get 1,600 letters supporting them. People run from the dope pushers, run from the et cetera. Even other crooks don't participate in writing letters for crooks like that. You understand? But this is something they had to deal with, and then the hundreds of people who were there every day there, and they ran into this incredible machine that had been created to fight for the liberation like we said, we didn't get in this movement to keep me out of jail. You understand? Our objective then, as it is now, was to win the liberation of our people, and increasingly we've come to understand that the future of the whole world it revolves around the question of Africa and African liberation. That's why you see all this contest happening around Africa. Everybody's talking about Africa. Everybody's there. And so I just wanted to say those things. And I know I've overtalked it. And I really, who was it? Was that Comrade Yahya who was holding up for 2-minute warnings? No, I'm just saying that I know I was terribly indisciplined in how I spoke to that. But thank you very much, brothers and sisters. Uhuru.
Hands up, Uhuru!
Hands off Africa!
Hands up, Uhuru!
Hands off Africa!
Thank you all so much for this amazing and dynamic panel. Now we do have it open for discussion. Any comments or
10 minutes.
10 minutes. If you have some, please come on down. And we have some from the live stream as well. So, but you go right ahead, Comrade.
Before I ask, I'll admit that this is a leading question, but I was just thinking. I noticed a sort of commonality to the behavior of the FBI during the initial raids and in the few months after those raids. I'm wondering the reason for arriving in such numbers in armored cars, in full gear, like some of them looked like they were in Iraq rather than St. Louis or St. Petersburg. So the armored cars, the huge, the fatigues, the guns. Also, that very same day, the press release that they scheduled, and more press releases in the months after that. Was that, I'm wondering, was that for you? Or what was their real purpose in that kind of shock and awe approach?
That's good. I think part of it was for us, to terrorize us into complicity, to fold. But it was also for the people. Especially, they shut down entire neighborhoods. They cordoned off entire neighborhoods. The person who lived next door to us in Redwood, but here, in St. Louis, they put tape. They occupied their porch and then put tape over the phone, the doorbell videos, so that there would be no record. And the only reason we've got some of this stuff is from Comrade Amanda, who, when they raided the Solidarity Center, she had the, what do you call it? She was composed enough to record, you know, what it was they were saying. So that was an aspect. They wanted to get us to fold over. They had put forth in their budget for the Justice Department, I think, a call for how much? $250 million. And they used the case against us. This is in their budget request from the Congress, that this case against us was one of the reasons they needed more budget money. It's a part of a more comprehensive thing that they're involved in, because war is profitable to a certain sector of the economy in this country. And so to keep that war thing heated up, the anti-Russia heated up, etc. And then we are working, not just doing bad things, but we're doing bad things with Russia. You understand? And so here you got the black person who you're afraid of anyway, because you know we're always in the goddamn alley, want to do something bad to your grandmother. And then you got us connected with Russians. What kind of thing is that? So I think it was for us. I think it was for our neighborhood, our community, and also anybody else out there who would have the temerity to go against the status quo, and certainly to go against what they were trying to do to Russia, using Ukraine as the vehicle for doing that. Because a lot of people were coming to understand this thing about Russia and Ukraine, and even now, people who are tied to Trump and what have you, they quote that.
recognition. Let me just say that. I'm not saying where the sympathies lie. And here.
Let me add something to that. I would, oops.
Yeah, maybe I should just pass it there.
Yeah, the mic.
There you go.
Yeah.
Also, from a domestic perspective, because whatever they're doing on an international level, they're doing it on a domestic level as well. We have to recognize the fact that at the same time is the growth of these military installations across the United States. Cop City in Atlanta was had emerged, was exploding, and that young people in Atlanta from the environmental justice movement were defending a forest. In addition to defending the forest, they were educating the surrounding community about the militarization of this generation of law enforcement officers, the involvement of the Israeli occupation forces situated at Georgia State University, a part of the training facility, so that the restoration of global minority rule has been reconstituting itself both on an international and a national level.
I think that's really important, because when you talk about global minority rule, we must remember that the vast majority of the people on earth are not white. And that we suffer the consequences of the arrival of whiteness in the world. In fact, whiteness came to be defined as such as a part of the process of taking our freedom and our resources away from us, and it maintains that, and that's why it's been possible, for them to delude a lot of colonizers, of white people themselves, into this unity with the oppressive ruling class. People say, well, how in the hell, why would they work against their own interests? It's because they have been duped into this white nationalism. Because nationalism itself, as we know mostly, is a consequence of the consolidation of white power over the rest of the world. Uhuru. Oh, there's some other people.
No, go ahead.
Uhuru. Well, I just really want to salute this phenomenal panel. It just really brought to mind the presentation by Deputy Chair yesterday when she showed the hole in the floor here.
Yeah.
Because, and you always struggle to do that in your presentations, Deputy Chair, because you say people have to know what it looked like and the work that it took. And then you presented about the victory of Uhuru Bakery and Cafe, a permit for a bakery. That took 9 months.
Yes.
And that the African working class has to struggle and fight for every single thing. And I just wanted to speak to that or ask, like, what it took, the pace that you led, Chairman, from the moment of the raids, the first hour, the first day, the first week. It was relentless. It wasn't just like the bakery. It wasn't just the hearing and the appeal. It wasn't just the trial and the meetings with the lawyers. 150 plus organization coalition was built. I mean, and that took. I just want people, can you speak to what that took, that pace, Uhuru?
I really appreciate that intervention, because we came out fighting. You understand? This was against advice, legal advice that we were getting. And there were some people who actually were asked, do you think it's a good idea for them to be fighting this? And lawyers said, no, hell no, shut up, don't say anything. This is the advice we were getting. And so, but we understood, one, that it was a political question, and we've also seen other things happening in this country, and talked about it. that the United States, in the face of the stress that it was experiencing, the system was experiencing all kinds of stresses. Stresses in contention with Russia, China, etc., Iran, all this stuff, and then inside this country, stress. And certainly the re-emergence of black people talking about freedom, the Mexicans, they're trying to do all of this stuff. And so the United States began trying to consolidate and unify the population in this country, which is why you got same-sex marriages, which is why you got women can join the military and kill people too. All of this stuff to consolidate the internal situation so they can have a unified America against the rest of the damn world. To minimize even as they were making attacks somehow on black people, they would open the door for a certain section of the petty bourgeoisie, African petty bourgeoisie. That's why there's a Barack Hussein Obama. That's why there's a Kamala Harris, to minimize the contradictions inside this country to order to stabilize a social system that's based on slavery, colonialism, and oppression, what have you. So that was one of the things that we were up against. And what was it Stephanie raised in addition to?
Just the hands off of Uhuru, the political fight.
Listen,
yeah.
We made it a point to say that we're not going to try to convince the court, the judge, that they should be African internationalists, that they should be opposed to colonialism. That's not our task. Our task is to raise up the fact that you say you have a constitution. That's your constitution. You wrote it when I was enslaved. It's not mine, First Amendment, it's yours, etc. And we're going to put it to the test. Do you actually believe in it? And guess what? There were a lot of people who we were talking about the cross currents that was happening in this country, the contest between sectors of the bourgeoisie. Tucker Carlson. I was seen and heard by more than 3 million people in just a couple of days on Tucker Carlson. People say, you're talking to Tucker Carlson? I say, you're damn right I'm talking to Tucker Carlson. They say, you're talking to Scott Ritter. If he'll talk to me, I'm talking to Scott Ritter. I love talking to Scott Ritter because Tucker Carlson and Scott Ritter had a relationship with white people. The white left does not have a relationship with white people. They just have a relationship with other white leftists. I say if I can talk to white people, I know I can convince white people better what's in their best interest. And we can join this thing together. Fight on free speech. Fight on free speech. Do you believe in it or not? And so the white left say, hell no, I don't believe it. Shut up. That's what they would say. Say, we believe it as long as you don't listen to, as long as you don't have anything to do with Tucker Carlson. If somebody came up to us, and when we were in Washington, D.C. at a demonstration and said, because we had a relationship, I think might have been with John's CPI, that they were not going to have anything to do with criticism. I said, bye. CPI was first out of the damn gate in terms of defense of this movement and defense of the right to free speech. And we got people who are now, they're so thin-skinned. White people are thin-skinned. They're the ones who created niggers and goops and all these other terrible things, but you can't say anything. They're so thin-skinned, their feelings were hurt. I'm living under the worst kind of terror, and all my food is in your refrigerator, and you mad at me because I tell the world that's the case. This is the most ridiculous situation. That's what we live with. That's what we used to live with, but we don't play that no more, and we ain't scared.
Wow, this has been profound, Chairman. And I just want to say, too, that I think that a key part of the defense, the ability to win in this case of the Uhuru 3 began 50 years ago when you formed the African People's Solidarity Committee, because from the very beginning, you said that the role of the Solidarity Committee is to extend the organization of the African working class, the African revolution, behind enemy lines into the colonizer population. And you formed it off of what had happened during the 1960s, when they could come to Fred Hampton's house at 4 o'clock in the morning, and very similar with, closing off the streets and coming in armored cars and all the things that they did, shot through the walls. And you always said, that was the isolation of the African working class that the white left had been part of and promoted, and that you were forming the African People's Solidarity Committee in USM to be there, to be part, inside, to bring Black power into the white community in our own voice, in our own face, and to to be able to galvanize this. And I think that it was really critical, because of course this is why Jesse and I were part of the attack on you. This attack of this case, the chairman was the target. Jesse and I were part of the attack on the chairman, understanding that there was a solidarity movement. But instead of scaring that off, look who's here now, all of the comrades that are here. And that it, just like everything else, the chairman made it backfire on them. It made it backfire on them. And I do want to say that I appreciate all of the reports that we saw yesterday, all of the work that all of you are doing is, wow, this is so powerful, because what the chairman created all this long time ago did not exist. It didn't exist in practice. It existed in an idea that was put out in the Vine City paper, but nobody did it, and nobody could do it except for the party. Because the chairman, the African People's Socialist Party, as the chairman said, is not to free somebody. It's not a campaign against the campaign. It has an answer to what end. And that end is to win the liberation and self-government, self-determination of African people. The chairman has never wavered on that. So we play a critical role. And I just really want to salute this, and all of you comrades that are here, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Comrade Jesse, Amanda, Lynn, Mads, all of the comrades that play such a critical role in this. This is historic. This is historic. And I think that it's part of what the chairman has always struggled for, that we have a responsibility to understand who we are and how serious this is. And I just want to say one more thing. When I joined APSC, when it was being formed in 1976, I was never political before. I was never active in anything, but somehow I was there. I heard the chairman, I was like, this really makes sense. And so, sorry.
No, when we were there in St. Pete, the founding,
Excuse me, I am very sorry, Chairman. But I had a point here. Because the thing when the chairman said, okay, in the founding conference, okay, white people, you all have to go into the white community and organize. And it was a time when the white activists or white left or whatever were used to and unopposed to going into the African community. When you were, because there was this sense, and it had never been really defined, that you're doing this because you hate this colonial society, you hate this thing, you don't want to be part of it, so you're like, well, I'll just go into the African community. Like, that was sort of how it was justified, and somehow as the colonizers, that white people would define that. And this put it, into, just into the clear scientific relationship that it should be, and it was very exciting. But the chairman did tell us we had to go into the white community, and it was kind of like gulp, okay, and take it on, and just to see how significant that has never happened before, and that the greatest thing in my experience of APSC going out there and doing the work has been the opposition from the white left. And it's not just opposition. It is, when they say, the chairman said this struggle, the Uhuru 3, has clearly redefine what is right and what is left.
Yeah.
You know, that the question is, where do you stand in relationship to the struggle of African people? That's what it's about. None of the old, you know, concepts or names or labels work anymore, because it really doesn't have any meaning. Because the white left has been the vicious, in every way, attack the party. In every way possible. I mean, that's what it's been over the years, battle after battle, to take this on. And that's why, you know, we say, look, I unite. I know that Comrade Ruth was raising the other day about taking on these people, and we do have to win. I unite that. We have to win all of the people, you know, that are out there in terms of the white community. But we do go to the people. We go to the people. We don't go through, because that is your first thing. Oh, well, here's all these people in the white left. Let's recruit them. And no, you know, that generally doesn't work. But sometimes it does. But the fact is that the white left has been a serious obstacle that worked with the state to attack the African liberation movement over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And it is about the continuation of a white colonial domination under the name of socialism. And as the chairman has pointed out, that, you know, in Germany, it was called National Socialism. And that's what Nazi stands for. And that's what it's about. When white people have socialism, it means the sharing of a greater percentage of the stolen loot among the white population. That's what it means.
Yeah.
And power. And this is something totally and completely opposed to that. And about something positive of allowing white people who have always had opportunism, from lynching to, you know, to everything that we've ever done, to get resources and power. Now we have the ability to be part of the forward motion of history, which is led by the colonized, by African people, by indigenous people. And we can be part of that, and we can pay reparations. And in a way, this whole stand of reparations is about solidarity. You know, it is about recognizing that our future is in the overturning and the leadership of the African Revolution, and solidarity with the, you know, the anti-colonial struggle of the Palestinian people, the indigenous people, and the people on the planet Earth. So
it is also a form of self-criticism.
Yes.
I want to recognize this comrade's been standing there, but I wanted to say something because one reason, despite everything that's been said about why the white left would come to our community, come to the Mexican community, because it's safer. Because you can come, you know, Africans are not going to blow you up and shoot you because you say you believe in socialism or communism or something like that. It's safer to come to this community. Go to that white community. That's the problem. That's the one who was chanting when we supported the Iranian people in 1979. Send the Klan to Iran. That's what those are the ones. That's where it's safer to come to this community. So I think that's one of the factors that play into this as well. And I think just in terms of us understanding clearly, this is not just throwing pejoratives, you know, like at different people and people, because they're saying we're not race nationalists. But in 1907 in Stuttgart, Germany, the Communist International had a meeting. It was attended by thousands of people. I think inside there might have been 900 and some odd people who were delegates to that. And then outside they had rallies of maybe 9,000 people who were out there. And the resolution that passed in 1907, Lenin didn't attend this one, was a resolution supporting, I think it might have come from Holland, one of the countries, that in opposition to a resolution that said that against colonialism, they put forth a resolution that won for socialist colonialism.
Oh, wow.
Socialist colonialism. And in the arguments that they made, they talked about all the resources that's coming from Africa, and they said stuff like this comrade saying that we should go to Africa, go to these places and take, resources to them. Say, what are they going to do? Why go there and they wouldn't know how to use this machine? And what are they going to do? Put me in a pot and cook me and eat me? This is the kind of stuff that they were saying. This was the most advanced sector of the white population of the world was at that meeting in Stuttgart, Germany in 1907. So this is what we are talking about. We're talking about a material relationship, and the fact is the ideas that people have are born of a material reality, material conditions. The ideas don't create reality, reality creates the ideas. And that's the thing that we are looking at and should be able to understand. This comment was going to say something, and I've been very greedy here.
This will be our last question.
Okay.
You've not been greedy, first of all, but Uhuru, y'all.
Missouri is considered a flyover state, yet St. Louis is home to Boeing, which produces 2,000-pound bombs that are dropped on Gaza. We have the NGA. We have the Israeli Chemicals Limited Corporation, which produces white phosphorus for the IDF. And we also have proposed cop cities wanting to go up in St. Charles. And yet it's also home to the Uhuru movement. Mm-hmm. 10 years after Ferguson, can you speak to St. Louis's pivotal role in the hotbed of the struggle? Thank you.
That's a good question, because as quiet as it's kept, after the MOVE bombing in Philadelphia, 1985, I think it was, we went in. We said to the African community, because that was supposed to set an example to everybody, that you don't buck. And the MOVE, it was, what were they called? The MOVE family what? Africa. And so they were involved in some extraordinary, kinds of organizing, and their belief system contested in a very serious way with the traditional stuff. And so they were seen as the problem. They dropped the bomb. They dropped the bomb and destroyed an entire community, killed 11 children, men and women there. And so we saw that happen, and then we moved in. We had the first African Liberation Day demonstration ever in Philadelphia. We organized that. We organized after MOVE had been driven underground. We put them on a platform. We brought them up and had rallies and things like that at a time where people want to ignore and you still can't get a decent discussion in Philadelphia among white people about that bombing. It's like it never happened, you know what I'm saying? But we raised it up. And so we were there. And what did we go there for? Not just to protest, but we were there to build, to organize. That's why we were in Philadelphia. How long were we in Philadelphia with the furniture stores and all the other work? 30 some odd years we were there. And so we look for what are the criteria for making revolution? One of them is crisis. Crisis. There has to be, if everything's normal and everything's cool, no one's talking about a revolution, even interested in it. One of the things is the inability of the ruling class to rule in the same old way. And that's something that we're looking at today, crisis. A ruling class can't rule in the same old way. It's been difficult for a while now. The Trump thing blows it up sky high. Just all of this. And then, of course, another thing that's necessary for revolution is a revolutionary party led by advanced revolutionary theory. So we want to intervene. That's why we would get involved as the comment was saying. Where was that struggle she was talking about? Where the demonstrations up? Where was it? Come on.
Which one?
Judy. Was it Judy? Ruth. Yeah. In Fayette. Yeah. We wouldn't go there for the left. We go in there because it's a period of crisis and everybody's in motion now, and people are following the left, and so we follow the people to get them involved, not telling the masses, but helping the masses to come to better conclusions. That's why we go to Philadelphia. That's why we come to St. Louis, Missouri. And St. Louis was a critical thing. Because what we saw in St. Louis, I say St. Louis because Ferguson is St. Louis, right? And what we saw here was they killed that boy. For just walking down the street. Just walking in the damn street. They murdered him. And what we saw was, then they left his body right there in 100-degree plus asphalt, cooking for 4.5 hours. No reason for that. except to terrorize the community, to set an example for the community, like a bomb that they did, like the way they killed Martin Luther King. They could have let him slip on ice or made it look like he slipped in the bathtub. They set examples. This is exemplary murder that comes from the oppressor. And so here with Mike Brown, they left him there for 4.5 hours. But then, before Sharpton could get in, before Jesse Jackal could get in, the masses right there began to, they rose up. And they engaged in this incredible struggle with the state. And I remember looking around and saying, and Deputy Chair saying, you got to get in there. And I said, who do we know? Who do we know? Who do we know in St. Louis? And we went to the Burning Spear subscription list. And we found, this is incredible. This person was named, her last name was Justice. And we called her up and said, we want to come in, and who should we be in touch with? And she put us in touch with, among other things, Zaki Baruti and the Universal African Peoples Organization. And so that was one of the things that brought us in here. And then what we noticed when we got here, you would have these demonstrations. Spontaneous demonstrations. You go in the community and people, families, whole families will come out. They've got cardboard that they cut up and put protest stuff on the family, the children, the mother. They're walking down the street, going to the demonstrations and what have you. This was happening. No, people were such cooperation. People passing out water to each other on different spots, etc. The people were in motion. The people wanted change. But you know what? The thing that was also remarkable, the organization, they sent there were more sellouts flown in, parachuted in, dropped in per square inch in Ferguson, little tiny Ferguson. It became the headquarters of selloutism, mass selloutism, all kinds of forces there. What's the guy's name that with the rich billionaire? Soros had hired all kinds of people. He's still here in various iterations. But this is what we ran up against. But the people wanted change. And on one occasion, they had a demonstration August 30th. The boy was killed August 9th, wasn't he? Yes. August 30th, one of the demonstrations started on Canfield Drive, which is the location where he was killed. We were there, and we're speaking to the mass. I'm speaking to the mass of people, and the people have been told that it was going to be a march on the police station. The people wanted that march on the police station. Thousands of people had gathered there, and we were marching on the police station, and then the leaders of the march took us to an empty park. They didn't go to the police station. People were pissed off, mad as hell about that. And then finally people began to drum, and I went with the people and went to the police station. And but before we went to the police station, people were up there speaking. And I was one of the speakers. They waited till the last minute to let me come up to speak in. And when I came up to speak, I spoke maybe 15 seconds. I said, revolution. They pushed me off of their platform. They pushed me off the platform. And so, but we went, and you probably have seen, some of you have probably seen the photo, the video when I'm out there with the masses of the people, where we're taking command. So the crisis was there, comrade. And it gave us an opportunity because people were looking for answers. And we're at a time now where people want answers. Some think they're getting an answer with Trump. Some thought they were getting an answer with Walmart burning. But the point is that we have the answers and we can intervene. We can do everything that we can. We can be as creative as possible to contribute to the process of educating the masses of the people to advance the struggle to a much higher level than anybody has ever anticipated. We can win, and that's what we should do. Vanguard up, Uhuru.
Uhuru, white solidarity with black power. Uhuru, let's give it up again for our wonderful panelists. You all can go ahead and have your seat. And we're going to do a 10-minute break. So get an actual 10-minute break. Use the restroom, get a drink, and we will roll right along. Uhuru.
Okay. Matt, your name is Matt. It's Matt, right? Okay, because I hear people call you Matt sometimes. And I don't know if that's a description. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
would say angry plural.
Yeah?
That's how to say it.
Watch your steps. Okay.
Trying to get these cords out of the way.
Slay all the dragons. Slay them all. Slay the dragons.
How's it going, Raphael? All right. Did you guys get any rest?
Uhuru! Uhuru! This one? Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Africa! Okay. White solidarity with Black power! Okay. Uhuru. Thank you, Chair Jesse, Chairman Penny, Afia Nwangaza, Chairman Omali Ishatella, for that profound panel on the critical significance of the anti-colonial free speech trial of the century. It's such an honor to hear from seasoned veterans of the liberation struggle. As the chairman put it, the chairman put the whole colonial mode of production on trial, and they couldn't handle it. They wanted 45 years in total and $1.5 million, which is almost as much as the Uhuru movement has put into North St. Louis so far, working for economic development on the terms of and in the interests of the African working class. If the government cared about the people, they would pay that $1.5 million in reparations to Black Star Industries, which they can do right now by going to uhurusolidarity.org/pay-reparations. As the chairman mentioned, the African and colonized working class is always under supervision. For me, this point goes to show how for white people to be socialists, we must be anti-colonialists. Yeah. The white private life is contrived at the expense of colonized people. So we must abandon white individualism and join the movement under the leadership of the African working class. You can do that right now by going to uhurusolidarity.org/join. Right. Yeah. I'm proud to be a member. Well, I'm proud to be an unindicted co-conspirator. Yeah. Imperialism is in crisis, and this case does set a terrible precedent for the whole idea of free speech and the First Amendment. So we must overturn the conviction, and indeed we will. I want to take this opportunity to salute Comrade Sandy Forrest for her leadership in the Hands Off Uhuru work, media work. She's been such a profound leader. I've learned so much from her. I also want to give a shout out to Josh Shirley, the National Vice President of the powerful organization called Veterans for Peace. He's intending to be online with us today, and is currently working on finding a solid internet connection so that he can join us. Also, as we know, the government knows that what the African People's Socialist Party is doing is preparing to govern. And that's why the dual and contending African state power blueprint, also called the Black Power Blueprint, is here. Mm-hmm. Right on. And with that, I'm honored to introduce a highly anticipated workshop about the future of our reparations work called What Will Be Your Legacy? Build the Reparations Legacy Project. Please welcome RLP Coordinator Carol Locke. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Remember how we said a little surprise for you? Well, it's here. So I want to welcome you to this segment of the Reparations Legacy Project. And we are going to unveil a surprise for you today. As always, we want to, slides. Okay. As always, we want to recognize and salute our great leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who has been fighting for African freedom for over 60 years and literally made reparations a household word. And Deputy Chair Onazine Yeshitela, who is the brilliant mind behind the Black Power Blueprint and who gave us that amazing presentation yesterday on the institutions of the Black Power Blueprint. Uhuru. Again, Chairman Omali Yeshitela made reparations a household word. And starting with the Reparations Tribunal in 1982, which defined reparations as a revolutionary demand. And now we're going to show the video.
You didn't have anything to do with it. I didn't have anything to do with it. Slavery is both our legacies. It's mine and it's yours. You inherited the wealth of slavery and I inherited the poverty of slavery. I am determined to change this legacy that's been left of me. If you don't change yours for yourself, I'm going to change yours too. So it's
Uhuru. Yes, as it says, and I inherited the poverty of slavery, meaning African people. So the question posed to all of us is, what will your legacy be? Reparations to African people is defined by the leadership of the African working class. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has defined reparations as a revolutionary demand. Reparations is tied to the struggle for African economic self-reliance versus what the chairman calls welfare slavery. As you can see from this picture, the party's stand for decades has been food stamps hell. Food stamps hell. Our people are not begging for crumbs. We stand tall with dignity and demand reparations now. For white people, if we want to take a progressive stand for reparations to African people, then it cannot be on the terms that we as white people define. We can embrace the leadership of the African-led movement for Black self-determination and liberation. Next slide. Reparations goes to the heart of every social problem faced by the planet Earth today. Whether it is a permanent warfare, colonial attacks on the Mexicans and others falsely labeled as illegal immigrants, ecological destruction, or any other forms of injustice such as gender-based oppression. Chairman Omali Yeshitela explains that colonialism is the mode of production that exploits the majority of the world, the working class people of Africa, Asia, the Americas, in order to survive. The 80% of the world's population who live on less than $12 a day toil in deplorable conditions and live in abject poverty to supply and sustain the material wealth of the few, namely white people. Reparations is a stand against colonialism. Reparations is not charity. Charity maintains the status quo of wealth, power, and resources into the hands of the white population and the ruling class. It does not change the material conditions of the structural relations of colonial power that form the basis of the fact that white people have control over half of the world's resources, while the majority of African people live on less than $10 US per day. Reparations is the practice of material solidarity with the African-led movement for the creation of an independent, anti-colonial, liberated, Black working class economy. This is why the Reparations Legacy Project, created and led by the African People's Socialist Party, is the genuine vehicle through which white people can make reparations a reality, as it is supporting the creation of an independent, anti-colonial, liberated Black working class economy that empowers African people to gain control of their resources, so that charity and philanthropy become obsolete. RLP defeats the attempts of white power to redefine reparations as another form of welfare or charity and strip it of its revolutionary essence. In 2025, the Reparations Legacy Project must play a major role in turning over resources as reparations directly to the work of the African People's Socialist Party, the leadership of the African Revolution, and the struggle for socialism. Our reparations also supports the Black Power Blueprint. We saw in DC ONA's presentation yesterday that the party is transforming the Black community of North St. Louis from abandoned, boarded up houses and lack of access to food, health, and safety to one of community and commerce with the new Uhuru House Community Center we're in right now, a community garden, a farmer's market, a bakery and a cafe, a doula training center, a basketball court, and housing for the African Independence Workforce Program designated for people coming out of the prison system. Best of all, the African People's Socialist Party ensured that this blueprint can be replicated in every Black community everywhere and prevent gentrification from ravaging it. Now I would like to show you a little video created by USM member Nick Davis about the Reparations Legacy Project.
A small number of billionaires and millionaires have more wealth hoarded in their hands than the majority of the world's population. This is the reality of colonialism in America, built on genocide and slavery. Under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, African people inside the US and around the world are building programs to reclaim power over their stolen resources and lives.
When we have the power, we provide for our communities.
The Reparations Legacy Conference is to challenge all white people with access to social, financial, and generational wealth to pay reparations to the movement for African self-determination and Black power, led by the African working class.
Question is, what stand do you take as it relates to this social system that has its foundation in slavery and genocide? Are you really interested in overturning this relationship?
Now is our chance to join the human community through reparations, the return of stolen resources, and the creation of an equitable world where no one lives at the expense of anyone else, and the colonized of the earth have independence and freedom.
Reparations! Uhuru. I want to thank Kara, the coordinator for the Reparations Legacy Project. Let's give a round of applause for Comrade Kara. And just want to, again, salute and acknowledge that the Reparations Legacy Project is something that was initiated and is led by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party, an incredibly important and primary campaign of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in this period. I know we've been talking a lot about a big reveal. You're probably wondering what's behind this cloth here, but we'll get to that. So first, we want to talk more about the political basis for taking on this campaign. As Kara mentioned, Chairman Omali Yeshitela made reparations a household word. And we are honored to have with us on the panel Chairwoman Penny Hess, who in just a few minutes will be talking to us more about how that took place, the history of how the reparations struggle went global as a consequence of the tireless work by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Chairwoman Penny Hess was actually present at the 1982 Tribunal for Reparations to African People that the chairman held in Brooklyn, New York. And before we hear from Chairwoman Penny Hess, we're going to look at a brief video that was produced by the Reparations Legacy Project that shows some of the history of that earth-shaking and groundbreaking tribunal that the African People's Socialist Party held 1982 in Brooklyn, New York. So this is a video on the Reparations Tribunal. Uhuru.
On November 13th and 14th, 1982, the African People's Socialist Party held the first World Tribunal on reparations for African people in the U.S. in Brooklyn, New York. The tribunal was presided over by its people's advocate, Chairman Ali Shatella. While the concept of reparations for African people was not new, reparations was hardly a common parlance at that time and far from mass demand. As part of the process of promoting the tribunal, the African People's Socialist Party set a goal to make reparations a household word. The fact that today the word reparations is shouted from the lips of millions of protesters, discussed on primetime TV, and written about in everything from Wall Street Journal to social media posts, can be attributed to that effort by the party nearly 40 years ago to proclaim to the world that African people are owed trillions of dollars in reparations by the U.S. government and white population. $4.1 trillion in 1982 dollars, to be exact, was the ruling of the panel of international judges who heard the indictment and testimonies at the tribunal. The $4.1 trillion was for the labor stolen from African people from unpaid and underpaid wages from the period of chattel slavery until 1982. As Chairman O'Malley summed up, we'll get the damages later. The World Tribunal was one of the most historic events in the legacy of the centuries-long struggle for the liberation of African people. As the people's advocate, Chairman Omali Yeshitela used established international law to indict the U.S. government for its treatment of African people. This proceeding set a precedent for the right of African people to assume state power. It carried out Malcolm X's call for African people to take the U.S. government to the World Court. Chairman Omali Yeshitela used international law as defined by the International Court of Justice, along with the Charter of the United Nations, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Bill of Human Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide to make the indictment.
On today, we are initiating a 2-day trial of the United States government for crimes it has committed against the black or African population of the United States.
During his opening statements, Chairman Omali Yeshitela posited that the birth of capitalism and the resultant wealth of the current social system was brought about through the assault on Africa and the centuries of enslavement of African people. The chairman argued that reparations to African people is the true redistribution of the wealth of the world into the hands of the producers. As the people's advocate, Chairman Omali Yeshitela also showed that African people inside the U.S. live under colonialism, the domination of a whole people by a foreign and alien state power for profit. The 2-day proceedings were packed with testimonies from experts such as African history professor Leonard Jeffries and activists such as the revered Queen Mother Moore, who had been a part of the Marcus Garvey movement years earlier. Afeni Shakur, who had been a Black Panther and political prisoner, also spoke. There was detailed testimony from medical workers, mental health experts, educators, prisoners, and everyday African workers who gave moving statements about the brutality of their lives under colonialism inside the U.S. At the end of the process, the panel of international judges unanimously ruled the United States is guilty of the crime of genocide against African people and all other charges. The panel voted that African people in the U.S. must be paid the $4.1 trillion in reparations and that imprisoned black revolutionaries should be given prisoner of war status based on the Geneva Convention, among other rulings. In his visionary and prophetic opening statements, Chairman Omali, the people's advocate, eloquently presented the case.
This World Tribunal, the people present, and our international observers must affirm the authority and legality of these proceedings. Otherwise, there will be no peace on the face of this earth, for the oppressed and colonized African community in this country has demonstrated over and over that we will fight for our freedom. Indeed, U.S. prisons are filled with the sons and daughters of our struggle for freedom. This World Tribunal must affirm the legality of these proceedings in order to validate within the international community those whose love of freedom is so great that they would put their lives and limited freedom on the line in its pursuit and defense. Sisters and brothers, Africans and peoples of the world, to do less than this, to withhold the right to justice and international legality to the powerless, oppressed African people in the United States would be to validate the most cynical concept that might makes right. It would give credence and validity to the awful concept of the right of the powerful to make and enforce international law. Such law as that is no law at all. It is accepted tyranny. Therefore, this World Tribunal must determine whether international morality might prevail in the interest of the powerless. This tribunal will determine whether, even in the absence of state power, the rights of the oppressed will be recognized as rights which may be respected in the form of applied international law, whether they may be respected in the form of an international trial of an oppressor state power.
It is with the gravity and urgency of this period of history that we bring this historic case and rulings from 4 decades ago to the white population. In the words of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, written in Vanguard, every white aspiration and dream, every expectation for happiness and a good life requires drone strikes in Pakistan, police murders and mass imprisonment in the African colonies and barrios of the US, and starvation and forced displacement of the oppressed of the world. We make the case that the 4.1 trillion are just the tip of the iceberg of capitalist extraction benefiting us at the expense of African people. The time is now for us of the white population to rectify our relationship to African people and join humanity, not as a benefactor of their suffering, but as a contributor to a new world, shared by all, no one at the expense of another. This is the time for the parasitic ruling class of this country and all those with access to social wealth to pay reparations as a revolutionary demand rather than charity, returning the stolen resources into the programs led by the African working class, building their own self-determined political and economic power to uplift the entire African population.
I really want to salute that powerful history, and now it's my honor to turn it over to Chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, who's been on the front lines of fighting for reparations to African people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party for nearly 50 years. Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny Hess.
Uhuru! And as always, I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela, our leadership. And this is, and just being able to be here today and be part of articulating, as a white person, the understanding or seeing the world through the eyes of the African working class, which is what we have had the honor to do under the leadership of the Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela. So this is very historic. I want to salute that video and the whole, I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, the significance of the fact that I believe that that in around 1979, the working platform of the party adopted one of the points of the goals of the party and the Uhuru movement was reparations to African people. And somewhat after that, shortly after that, or around that time, the chairman stated that he planned to make reparations to African people a household word. At that time, people didn't even know what that meant when we had demonstrations that said reparations. People would go, well, what does that even mean? And the chairman had defined it, laid it out, and also, made it clear that the responsibility of the Solidarity Committee, the African People's Solidarity Committee, was to go out and win reparations. Otherwise, we're just talking. We're not turning over the stolen resources. And this is what enables us to, understand what is the conclusion of recognizing that the entire wealth of this world is built on the assault on Africa, the kidnapping of African human beings, and that the sale of African human beings was the basis for the creation of Wall Street, of a whole economic system that created and brought in the greatest wealth that the world had ever amassed in history for the benefit of the white population. And this has been, again, going on for many, many centuries. So I really, I know that the chairman built the first tribunal on reparations to African people, which we just saw that about, and there are other kinds of videos about the tribunals that are very powerful. There's the book, The Verdict is In. I really urge everybody to get that, all of the testimonies that are there, all segments of the African community that testified at that tribunal. And that was in Brooklyn, New York in 1982, and there were 12 subsequent tribunals held, very similar all over the country. I think maybe even one was in London, and I think there was one in Atlanta. I think they were certainly in different places in Oakland and Florida and Philadelphia and other places. So it is not a mock trial. The chairman is making that point. He is saying that this is the right, under international law, the right of an oppressed people to take their struggle to the world court when it is not addressed inside of the colonial countries. So the chairman did that. I think Malcolm X talked about that right. And so the chairman said that he would make reparations a household word, and indeed it is. Indeed it is. And that is very important. And we know that there's certain aspects of what is reparations that's, this opportunist or whatever. It's just about getting a little money. But the fact is that the demand for reparations is a mass demand. The chairman said he was taking this out of the law and out of, there were legal cases, I think, before that of corporations and that kind of thing. And he was taking this into the people, into the masses of African people, and making the reparations a popular demand, which indeed he did. Indeed he did. We see, reparations being organized around in every state and every city practically in the United States right now. And again, that is very important, because the demand of the African working class for reparations will not go back in the bottle. That genie will never go back in the bottle, and that is very, very powerful. So I also want to say that the chairman, how he used international law and how eloquent, and the chairman spoke as a person with state power, as an African with state power at that. He was so eloquent in, just really recognizing the stand of being on the world stage. And the thing that he was saying is for people not to unite with this, and to, not uniting with the right of African people to self-determination and freedom. And that law, he didn't say colonial law, he said that law is no law at all. That is the essence of the might make right, and it is accepted tyranny. And I just think that's really powerful and really, really important. And I wanted to say, I unite with the whole strategy that's been put out by Deputy Chair Onizine Shatella of the reparations legacy. One of the things that we have found out, first of all, over the years, is that the white population in the US and Europe and in Israel and Africa is the wealthiest, most affluent overall population in the world. There's nothing, there's no, there's no place that's even close to that. And that is very, very clear to understand. And what the chairman was saying is that we need to go to our ruling class, and we're living in a time of crisis. We're living in a time when everybody can hear this, or at least sectors within the ruling class can hear this call to take a stand, for reparations to African people. It's already happened, and I feel really confident that we're going to do this way bigger and better than we've done it before. I really want to salute Comrade Kara, Leah, and I also want to say, just quickly, and then I'll wrap it up, that I really want to salute Comrade Maureen, because Maureen had the stand of reparations for many years because she got a job. She leveraged a job through her own talents and strengths, but through people that she met in Silicon Valley, before it was called Silicon Valley, by the way, and was able, and people were paid massive salaries there, and that was the basis for the reparations, but also that she didn't just work there. She really met and won other people, some people including the owner of Netflix today, who wasn't then the owner of it, but he gave a very important, donation to the party in that period. And I just really want to salute that, because that is the stand of reparations. And I do want to salute our comrade Mark Anderson, who just has been there for more than 30 years, I believe, more than 30 years. I remember the 90s. And starting as a very young man, I think he graduated from a bourgeois university at age 16 or something, I don't know. But he went into, before it was called Silicon Valley as well, and just really had an important job, and I don't even know what all it was, but it was very very important, and just has been a real comrade in making the resources available from the wealth of that sector. So I think that we are in a period, as the chairman said, when it's a period of crisis, when the ruling class is split. We can build this, and we can make this a mass popular thing and give people who are in those positions the opportunity to contribute to the self-determination programs and revolutionary economic development and reparations for the African working class. So I'm very excited about this, and I know that we're going to go forward and build a great movement. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Penny. That's exactly why I wanted to take on this position, because I am in proximity to Silicon Valley, and I see the hoarded wealth, in my face, and so I like Chairman says, and we're in the belly of the beast. So this is the opportunity, and we have to seize it. And so Uhuru. So I'd like to read our mission. Oh yes,
I'm
please.
sorry, just one other thing that I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the things that we learned and studied as APFC under the chairman's leadership is that there isn't really a white working class.
Right.
The chairman, as the chairman says, the working class of the world is the African working class. and all the white population sits on the pedestal of the oppression of African people. And I think that's really important. And it means that that white people are the wealthiest because the entire population sits on the pedestal. Yeah, there's vast differences in income, but I think it also means that all economic strata of white people can be part of reparations legacy as well. And I think that's really important. Uhuru.
Well, may I?
Yes, Chairman.
I just wanted to say, I think it's important for us to remember that we are talking about a period of crisis, and even for sectors of the ruling class, the colonial ruling class, it's a period of panic. And some people are being moved. You've seen people come to kiss Trump's ring in public, and we don't know what they were kissing in private. But the thing is that it's that kind of crisis. We have evidence of crises like this happening before in history, and even the Bolsheviks. With the Bolsheviks in Russia, there were sectors of the ruling elite who made contributions to the Bolsheviks, and part of that was hedging their bets.
Yeah. Right.
And I think we can anticipate some of that too, hedging their bets,
right.
Just in case, kind of stuff. And I think that's that aspect of it. Another aspect of it is some of us do not recognize the influence of the 1960s. And there are people that we run into who were there in the 1960s who betrayed, for the moment at least, everything they believed in the 1960s. And we give some of them an opportunity to recapture the principles that they thought they believed in the 1960s. We run into those people and who have money sometimes, and they are people we would encourage to make the kinds of contributions they made. And then there are those people who are part of the ruling class who sometimes we consider like liberals and things like that. All of them have been crushed. The liberal sector of the colonial ruling class was defeated. Part of what has occurred, defeated by this Trump machine that's hit, etc. So I think that there are people who are frightened. There are people who, like not Amazon, but the other thing, the Target. They had a pretty decent record in terms of so-called diversity, hiring black people and all of this kind of stuff. Trump told them to stop that, and there are people at universities and et cetera who collapsed. They were terrified by Trump. And so some things they won't do publicly, and some things they've been pushed out of doing. We have to be present, to give them this way of fighting back. So this is your way of fighting back. We have to find how to articulate that, how to enter into a discussion that may not even be having now, so that this is the way that you can fight back. Black Power Blueprint, putting all of this stuff here that you say you believe in, give them an opportunity to do that. I just wanted to say that. It's a crisis. It's a period of panic. It's not static. It's not static. There are sectors of the ruling class, I've never seen anything like this. I mean, people almost publicly come up and kiss Trump's ass. They've surrendered. They've thrown in the cards and what have you. And so it's a period of crisis. The bourgeoisie is split. It's been split for a long time, but it's now in a way that I haven't ever seen before. And we have a splendid opportunity now. That's why the Legacy Project is so significant. Uhuru at this moment.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Chairman. So I'd like to read the mission statement, the RLP mission statement. The Reparations Legacy Project organizes white people with access to social, generational, and financial wealth to take a stand in repairing the damage of enslavement and ongoing exploitation of African people through the redistribution of resources toward the Black self-determination programs of the Uhuru movement.
Uhuru, it's beautiful.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Kara, and thank you, Chairman, for that intervention. And yes, so continuing on with the goals. So we have the following goals for the Reparations Legacy Project in 2025. And we are going to be talking later about a follow-up meeting coming out of this convention because the goal of this workshop is that every single person in this room and watching online will come into this campaign and play an active role in building the Reparations Legacy Project in the rest of 2025. So this means building a massive campaign for reparations to African people, winning large contributions from white people organizations, businesses, and even as the chairman and deputy chair have talked about, celebrities. You know, the chairman talked about the 1960s, and there were people like Marlon Brando, and in the 70s, Jane Fonda and others who came out in support of the African struggle, of the Vietnamese, of the indigenous people. We have to find the Marlon Brandos of today and win them to contribute to the Reparations Legacy Project. Uhuru.
Uhuru, so, sorry. Yeah, so our goals for 2025 is we're going to launch a new reparations economic development institution. And again, that will be unveiled shortly. Keeping you in suspense.
Uhuru. We will also be, with everyone here involved and participating, promoting this campaign massively. Uh-oh, on camera. Are we still online? Okay.
15 minutes, doesn't it?
Okay, we have to take a look at that. But yeah, so promotions is key. This is another thing we've learned from our leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. We need to be doing massive promotions of the work of the party and of the stand of reparations. Videos like the ones we just saw, presentations like the ones you've heard here today. Millions of white people need to hear this message. And the responsibility to make that happen is on us. So creating videos, if you're a video editor, if you're a graphic designer, if you're a writer, if you want to hold events, webinars about the Reparations Legacy Project, find ways to get the word out about this campaign. This is one of the key ways that we will be building the Reparations Legacy Project in 2025.
Uhuru. Yes, so outreach and networking. Outreach is to target the sectors and networking with so-called social justice philanthropy organizations. We want to reach the tech industry, the social justice philanthropies, the progressive Jewish organizations and individuals, the churches, the white people who speak out on their descendants who are enslaved African people, or who enslaved African people, and white people who stand to inherit wealth.
Uhuru. So this involves what we call the personalized reparations outreach and engagement team. And I also just wanted to give a quick salute to Comrade Len Demmer, who played a key role in the early launching of the Reparations Legacy Project. And just the early victories of this campaign show the massive potential that lies ahead of us to win reparations to the African People's Socialist Party. And this involves building a team, and we want to call on people to join this team. And it is very exciting and a lot of fun, actually, to be a part of this team. This involves things like creating funding inquiry letters to go to potential donors and make the case for them to contribute $1 million or different amounts to support the work of the African People's Socialist Party. This involves coordinating donor engagement sessions, one-on-one meetings with donors where we can talk about what it means to take the stand of reparations to African people, house events and giving circles, organizing wealthy donors to bring together all of their friends and family in their homes to hear from leaders of the Uhuru movement and how they can support this incredible project. Private tours of the Black Power Blueprint, bringing people here to St. Louis to actually see the work with their own eyes. And as I mentioned, the $1 million requests. So these are just some of the things that we want to invite people to jump in and be a part of making happen.
Uhuru. So as Jesse was saying, there are so many ways to get involved. You can join this personalized reparations outreach and engagement team. One, you can be an RLP ambassador, find other donors, reach out to other people in your circle and find people who want to donate, give reparations. Planned giving specialists, prospect research, database management, public relations specialists, and I know some of these are fancy names and we will break it down for you if you're not sure what all this means, but I'm right now asking you here in this room to join the team, get involved. Is there anyone in here who would like to join? Raise your hand right now. Oh,
Jacoya.
Yes! It's great, and Jacoya's near me, so
Wow,
wonderful.
that is
We can
awesome.
work together. Anyone else? We got another hand back there.
Could you tell us your name?
Tom.
Tom. All right, Tom.
Great, Tom.
Data management. Good to
Data
know.
management, wonderful.
All right, who's taking minutes? Someone.
Yeah. Action item.
Yeah.
Anyone else out there?
We'll get back to
Oh,
By the way, everyone here is going to be involved.
we got Jamie's, yeah.
I'd like to play some role. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You will.
Through Jamie, of course. Okay, wonderful. And I'm going to pass this back to Jesse.
And I'm excited Jamie's going to be involved. People know that author James Patterson?
Yeah.
Jamie got him on the phone at one point, was working to win him. Unfortunately, he did not end up becoming a donor. But that's the kind of stuff we want to do. We want to reach people like that. And really, we might need to get back in touch with James Patterson, actually. Jamie, we might need to send that to you.
Ben and Jerry's.
And Ben and Jerry's, exactly. Exactly.
Right. Oh, Jamie did a lot of.
Yes.
They made contributions to the work of the Bethesda burial.
Ben and Jerry's?
Ben and Jerry's.
The chairman's saying Ben and Jerry's contributed to the Bethesda
Yeah.
African Cemetery Coalition.
Yeah, they
That's great.
They still are making.
That's
great.
really important to
That's
know.
more than I know.
And this is not everybody. I'm going to do this really quickly, but I wanted to salute some of the people, some but not all, and I'm self-critical for leaving anyone off, of the people who have stood up as reparations legacy donors, including some who were reparations legacy donors before that name existed, who took an incredibly profound stand, making really important contributions of material solidarity. Yeah. And before there was an RLP, I want to salute Comrade Maureen, Comrade Uhuru, Comrade Ruby Gittleson, Comrade Janice Kant, Uhuru, Comrade Secretary General Allison Haney. And I also want to salute Mark Anderson, and we'll be hearing from him a little bit later. And there's many others.
Angelica.
Yes, and in terms of people that have stood within the Reparations Legacy campaign, I want to appreciate John Rulak. He's the first person pictured up there who was actually organized through Uhuru Foods and Pies and made many contributions, including $50,000 to the basketball court.
And 75,000.
And 75,000 to Uhuru Chico.
And 5,000 to Uhuru.
And 5,000 to Uhuru Wabenki. Yes, so this is an incredible donor. And also want to appreciate Lottie Dula, Lottie Lieb Dula, who, this is the kind of work, just to spark your imagination. So Len, Chairwoman Penny talked about those reparations Google News alerts that come into your email if you sign up for that. So Len was keeping a close eye on those. Anytime there's an article about a white person anywhere in the world saying the word reparations, they hear from Len within 24 hours. And one of those people was Lottie Lieb Dula, who's in Denver, Colorado. And we met with her. So we reach out, we organize a meeting on Zoom, show them more of the programs of the Black Power Blueprint. And she became a reparations legacy donor and does a lot of work to win others to support. Right. And she came to St. Louis earlier this year, and we found out that she actually knew firsthand that the chairman made reparations a household word because she was in Oakland in the early 1980s and volunteered on AV at the Uhuru House in Oakland.
Wow.
So shout out to Lottie. And also, and as the chairman said, all roads lead to Uhuru.
Yes.
So I also want to appreciate Hillary Javale. This is another donor, I believe in Arizona, who's continued to be an important donor and supporter. Another person that we met through the kind of work that I just talked about. Len reaching out, seeing statements that she had made in the media and bringing her into the Reparations Legacy Project. We also have Trisha online that wants to join the committee.
All right.
All right.
Uhuru, Trisha. That is awesome. And there's other donors I want to acknowledge. Izzy Snyder, an incredible comrade, Ali Ayello, who's been an important donor for many years. Angelica Mueller-Rowry, who's here in the room, has been a profound supporter and donor to the work of the Uhuru movement. Our comrade Leah Fifield, right on stage here, who's been a Reparations Legacy donor and fundraiser on so many levels, just takes an incredible, multifaceted stand of solidarity with the African liberation movement. And somebody I truly admire.
And the grants team.
And the grants team, which Leah's going to talk about, yes. That includes the mighty grants team under the leadership of Deputy Chair. And also want to salute Nick Davis, who edited that first video we showed, and you heard his voice on that video. He's got a good voice for videos as well. And he's been an important donor of resources, including skills. And also Julia Ho, here in St. Louis, who's been a contributor, a supporter, and has also brought together other donors to support the work of the Black Power Blueprint, actually come and tour the Black Power Blueprint. Some of these donors we met through going to conferences of things like resource generation, other so-called social justice philanthropy organizations to meet people, to network. So this is a very dynamic, active campaign that you can be a part of and meet many more people than we had on that screen who we know are out there who will want to join. And now I'm going to turn it over to Comrade Leah to talk about an extremely important front of this work, which is grants. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everyone. So, my name is Leah. I'm so happy to be here. I first want to, I'm excited to talk about the grants team, and I am the RLP representative on the grants team. Let's see, is there a slide with?
Yeah, the next one.
There we are, yay. So first and foremost, want to extend my deep appreciation to Chairman and Deputy Chair. Of course, without them, we would not be here. So I am the Reparations Legacy Project representative to the grants team. We all work under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onozine Yeshitela to secure resources for the programs and projects of the Black Power Blueprint. I really want to salute the whole team. Maureen is chair of the grants team, Janice is vice chair, and Wendy is the project manager of the grants team. So, we're doing everything that we can to wrestle back those resources that are held within the white community through grants. So, next slide. And recently, the grants team celebrated some exciting victories. We won a grant from the USDA, so the Department of Agriculture. This will fund the Black Power Blueprint's urban agriculture and innovative production work and will go a long ways towards building self-sustaining food security for North St. Louis. Funds will go towards expanding the Gary Brooks Black Power Garden, which we're going to see on the tour later, and creating a new community garden right next door to the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe. This work will will increase food production, eliminate food apartheid, create healthy, locally produced food that will in turn support the creation of a prosperous, self-determining African community. So, yes, Uhuru. The funds from this grant will hire a project director, master gardener, administrative assistant, recruitment and promotions coordinator. All of these people will carry out this important work, and I know that applications have already been coming in. These job postings have been posted, applications are coming in, and if there is anyone here who's interested in applying, please come and see us. And then the next grant opportunity that's more recent is the African Independence Workforce Program was awarded a really exciting grant from the Latino Coalition for Community Leadership. The AIWP won the Community-Based Reentry Incubator Initiative that offers community-based organizations capacity building and funding to advance their organizational growth and sustainability.
So this funding is really going to help the AIWP grow and give it the strong foundation that it needs to support community members that are returning from the prison system. And it's really supporting them with housing, job training, life skills, everything that they need to be able to, in turn, build strong African communities. And Stephanie and Janine are the heads of, are working on AIWP. They are in the room with us, of course.
And wrote that grant.
And wrote that grant. They wrote that grant. So yes, salute them. So if you want to be part of this work, please come and join us. You can join the grants team. We need writers, researchers, proofreaders, copy editors, whatever skills you may have, they can be turned over to the Black Power Blueprint as a stance of reparations. So you can email us at grants@apedf.org if you want to join the grants team. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Leah. And I want to appreciate Roderick online, who also wants to join the team of the Reparations Legacy Project. So the team is growing.
Yes.
And we're getting close to where we finally bring out this exciting new campaign of the Reparations Legacy Project. First, I wanted to mention that we will be holding another Reparations Legacy Conference, and we're looking at holding this in early 2026. We were originally planning to have it in the summer, but based on the incredible work ahead of us with the campaign we're about to tell you about, we're going to be moving this to early of next year. However, we will be holding many webinars and other kinds of teach-ins and events to educate the public and win the public into joining the Reparations Legacy Project as we go forward. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Yes, so before we have our big reveal, again, we want to call on people to become actually Reparations Legacy donors, which means contributing $5,000 or more. Consider contributing 10% of your income in reparations to African people. So is there anyone in here who would like to start us off our 2025 RLP with that $5,000 or more check?
Several people did yesterday as well.
Yes.
Everybody.
Yes, legit RLP donors. And if you want to become a Reparations Legacy donor, you can contact info@reparationslegacy.org or talk to Kara, me, Jesse, or Amanda after the convention. Now, I would like to introduce the Marine. The Marine. Sorry. Maureen, a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the new ORED director. She works under the leadership of DC ONA, Zanae Yashatella, and she will be working with Reparations Legacy Project. She's also the director of Uhuru Foods and Pies. Give it up for Maureen.
Okay, so go down, right? Okay, so I really want to salute the leadership of Deputy Chair Zanae Yashatella. And, her vision for the independent African economy based on the chairman's theory and political reports. And this is the ability for the African Revolution to be self-funded, which is a requirement for liberation. It's based on, because we know the system is based on the stolen wealth of African people. And she leads the work and for white people to provide reparations through building institutions under her leadership, and leads the work of all the solidarity work for reparations. And I also want to salute the chairman and just your, vision and just, what you brought for white people to be a part of humanity. And I want to salute our chairwoman, Penny Hess, and also Jesse Neville. And this convention has been amazing. I want to salute everybody here. And just all the work that you're doing is all connected, and it's all part of one front that will lead to the liberation of African people and the place for white people in that new society. I just wanted to say about my job in Silicon Valley, just one thing. It was really an assignment. that I had in the reparations work, in the solidarity work. And it was Mark Anderson who got me the job. And it really wasn't my own skills and talents. It was things I learned in the movement and the struggle that was made, that we got to go out into the white community and win reparations. And I'm really happy now that I am able to be in this office here, the office of deputy chair and the office of the head of the African Revolution, and do that and continue that work here. So I just wanted to say there's all kinds of different assignments, and that was one of them. So, and I want to also appreciate Mark, because he got me in there. And actually, it was really interesting because the book I used to get an interview was The Culture of Violence. Mark had it on his desk, and so she knows how to produce books. So, that was part of it. My boss, my future boss, said that was really interesting. So anyway, and I just want to thank you, Deputy Chair, for that presentation yesterday. That was so powerful, and the work that you lead, and it ties the whole work that you lead of the Black Power Blueprint to the historical attack on Africa and African people, and the theft of every African resource. And that's what this fight is about, to regain the freedom of African people. As we saw yesterday, Deputy Chair came into St. Louis and had to raise the resources to start the Black Power Blueprint. And I just wanted to show this again. This was in Deputy Chair's slides yesterday, but there were no floors. Lift up your feet. There was no floors. There was no walls. There was no plumbing. There was no electricity. And she fought the odds, the cold, the wind, the not having a toilet here, the heat in the summertime. And also want to appreciate Kitty Riley, who came in here at the request of the chairman and deputy chair and worked with deputy chair before it was ever called the Black Power Blueprint. Mm-hmm. And, before there was, we understood how to work with an alderman or whatever, and had to face all the politics here and stuff, but it was based on the party coming here after Mike Brown was killed. So I just want to appreciate Deputy Chair and Kitty Riley. And this is what it looked like after. And I just, we talk about Deputy Chair being a visionary. Here's an example. Here's an example. And this is what we're talking about moving off of. Next slide, is this work. I also want to say that Deputy Chair, through that process, has built relationships with African and Indigenous contractors, Mexican workers, and they're in the bank of the Black Power Blueprint. These relationships, they're part of the Black Power Blueprint. They gave donations at webinars. They always respond when Deputy Chair calls, and have been able also to build their business, which is part of what is happening in North St. Louis is transformational. So, and so these people that here's, I know Jason Pye. And then also I just wanted to remind people that Deputy Chair put forward yesterday this new front of the Black Power Blueprint, which is affordable housing. And it's also, the question of, like, the chairman's talked about Team 4 and just the vacancies, what they call vacancies. That's a pretty word. There's empty, abandoned, dilapidated properties on the north side in particular. And, at some point we can look at maps of, like, where things are, and you'll see everything on the north, everything on the south, just the Delmar Divide. And there's a real need for housing, and there's a real need especially for rentals, and that's part of what the Black Power Blueprint is doing. And I just want to say again that what we're talking about, and we are going to get to it, Jesse, I'm going to turn it over to Jesse in a few minutes, but it is part of building a new economic development institution that that Uhuru Foods and Pie, I'm sorry, I got too many hats. That Uhuru Solidarity Movement will develop as part of the dual and contending power that Deputy Chair and the Black Power Blueprint have created over the past 7 years. And we are calling on the entire Solidarity Movement to build upon this work, and to go out to the community and to win others and volunteers. And this is also, part of, next slide, connecting to the Black Power Blueprint. It is also part of, next slide, continuing to seize territory that is in the hands of the African working class, especially on the north side, but also on the south side. Black Star Industries owns the Solidarity Center on the south side, and that's part of also what this institution will be paying off. Next slide. Again, this is an economic development institution, and it's going to be based on purchasing and renovating properties. And this is a concrete stand of reparations, doing this work, raising the money to do this work, learning how to institutionalize it based on what Deputy Chair has already built, and becoming a whole institution that allows USM to take out the movement for African self-determination, African self-government through doing the work, and fighting for the programs that put power into the hands of the African working class and anti-colonial struggle. So I think we have another slide, and before we have that slide, I think that I want to turn it back over to Chair Jesse.
Uhuru. All right, Leah, maybe do you want to help me with the deal over here? Okay, so the moment you've all been waiting for.
One of them.
The first. As you see over here, we actually have two reveals for you. So, we are very honored and excited to unveil here at the Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention 2025, the newest economic development institution of the Reparations Legacy Project under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, Chairman Amali Shatella, and the work to win white reparations to African people in a massive way in 2025. So, crew, we are excited to present to you the Reparations Investment Company. The Reparations Investment Company, with the tagline, "Build the Independent African Economy," will be the organization that takes on this campaign of purchasing and renovating properties as part of the process of building dual and contending power in the hands of the African working class. So now we're going to go into a lot more depth about this campaign. I'm going to sit back down. Okay, so we are extremely excited about this. And again, this is the work of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in this period. And this is a brilliant strategy by Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella that is going to take the reparations work to a whole new level. As Deputy Chair said, we can have an event and raise $2,000, which we will still do events, of course. But we can also do this campaign and take those reparations to a much higher level, while also contributing, as Maureen said, to the process of the party actually seizing territory, building political and economic power, and stopping gentrification dead in its tracks. That's what this is about. So we're talking about some main goals for this campaign this year. Number one is to build this campaign to capacity. And that involves every single person in this room and online jumping in and being a part of this. That means building the organization to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars, and this will be in the millions of dollars in reparations that will be raised to support Black Star Industries, the economic umbrella of all of the programs of the African People's Socialist Party. This is an escalation of the reparations work. The second goal is to win skilled and unskilled volunteers. And that means everybody in this room falls into one of those categories. I would be an unskilled volunteer. And everybody can play a role in making this happen. There's going to be a lot of work to renovate properties. Deputy Chair laid the template for that with this building and many other buildings, showing in 9 months how you can transform a property from having no floors into this beautiful venue that we are in today. So we want to call on people who have these skills, who have an interest in learning these skills, to dive into this project, join us here in St. Louis, and make this a reality. Winning donations of properties and materials. And this is another thing, the party, the Office of Deputy Chair, has an amazing track record of doing this. Supporters contributing properties themselves and materials to develop those properties. This is something the Black Power Blueprint has done, winning many donations to build various properties. And Uhuru Foods and Pies and the Uhuru Furniture Stores have a long, rich history of going to the white community and winning donations. In-kind donations and all kinds of donations from individuals and businesses. This institution will also, as so many institutions of the Uhuru movement, will create employment opportunities for members and supporters of the Uhuru movement to actually be employed in the process, in the practical aspects of renovating these buildings and making this campaign a reality. And like everything Deputy Chair creates, this will blossom many other campaigns and projects out of this seed. So this campaign has a goal to create and develop systems and spin-offs for renovations and rehabs. So we will be working with all of you and the Reparations Investment Company team to specifically create the team, build the team, and all of the systems and timelines necessary to perform renovations and rehabs. This is how it becomes a real institution that is part of African self-determination and self-reliance. And this also can support and build spin-offs that Deputy Chair has identified, things like lawn care businesses, sheetrocking businesses, handy person businesses, the kinds of businesses that normally we would need to hire to do a renovation. We want to build those within the movement, within the Uhuru movement, through the Reparations Investment Company, Reparations Economy, really, that's what this is about, building the African independent economy. So this is an incredibly exciting campaign, and the goal, and this is just the very beginning, for this year is to raise a minimum of $75,000 through the work involved in investing in these properties, renovating these properties, renting these properties, and even selling properties as part of bringing these properties, which are left to rot by the city of St. Louis, back into the hands of the African working class. This is work that the Black Power Blueprint has already been doing for 7 years. So this is a call for the white community to step up and get involved in a serious way and basically do the opposite of gentrification. Instead of using our access to wealth and resources based on the pedestal of colonialism, as Chairwoman Penny talked about, instead we have to use our access to those resources, which when we usually use those access to resources to gentrify the black community, to push out the black community, to move in and be a part of like the NGA, as was talked about throughout this convention, which has a plan to wipe out the black community of North St. Louis. And it's already happening. They talk about population decline, and they say, oh, most of the population decline is from the black community, quote unquote, leaving. No, it is from the black community being pushed out over and over and over again with the complicity, with the involvement of the white population in making that happen. So this will be an opportunity for us to win all the white people we can to say, no, we will not be complicit in that. We are going to turn over these resources, turn over properties, turn over skills towards the process of building up the African community with power in their own hands. So the scope of work, is this still my slide?
I think so.
Okay, the scope of work for the Reparations Investment Company, this is very concrete, practical work. It means purchasing properties to renovate, flipping these properties, and selling them as a reparations institution for the work of the African People's Socialist Party, purchasing properties to, quote, prehab, which is a term I learned recently from Comrade Maureen, which means stabilizing a property and bringing it up, basically bringing it up to a process where it can then be sold to somebody else who would completely renovate it. A lot of these properties are completely gutted, have, like the pictures that we've seen. So our job would be to bring it up to a point where we would be able to sell it to somebody who can totally renovate it and be able to make resources in the process that could go towards funding the work of the African People's Socialist Party here and around the world. Purchasing properties to renovate as rentals. And again, these would all be properties that would be owned by and under the leadership of Black Star Industries, because this Reparations Investment Company is going to be a component of Black Star Industries. And this would mean renovating the properties and holding on to them and renting them out to create a revenue stream, an ongoing revenue stream to support the programs of the party. And these are properties that can also be sold at a later date for a profit. And also receiving donated properties through the nonprofit partnership that the Reparations Investment Company would have. So this is really exciting work that we're looking at, and these are pictures from some of the work that happened here at the Uhuru House. Some of us in the Solidarity Movement had the honor to be a part of the work brigades that Deputy Chair organized with tons and tons of people. It was an all hands on deck effort to get this building up and running. And we want to organize reparations work brigades. So we want people here to come back to St. Louis and be a part of this, spend days and weeks working on these properties and being a part of the transformation of the North Side under the leadership of the power of the African working class. So again, this means skilled and unskilled workers participating in this process. We want to build a dynamic volunteer program, the NTU Volunteer Recruitment Program, to have huge volunteer teams, students, entire classes, student organizations coming out for days at a time to work on building these properties. This will truly be a people's campaign, and that means that the success of everything rests in the participation of the people. And here's another concept Deputy Chair introduced to us. Instead of real estate agents, we want to recruit reparations agents to be a part of this process. This means creating a full real estate capacity for the Uhuru movement. So there's somebody or maybe multiple people in this room that we want to see actually go get licensed as in real estate to start becoming a licensed real estate or reparations agent. It takes 4 to 6 months to get a real estate license in Missouri, 4 to 6 months, and you can do it faster than that. And includes completing a pre-licensing course, background check, exam, and then getting that license. And again, it keeps everything within the movement. It keeps everything as part of the process of building resources and building capacity for the African Revolution and the African working class. So yeah, and as has been pointed out, we can have an Uhuru real estate agents, brokers, property managers, renovations team. So I see some light bulbs going off. I think some people in here are getting excited about jumping into this. And it's been pointed out before, the Black Power Blueprint has spent thousands of dollars supporting other real estate agents and brokers. So Deputy Chair is saying that those resources should be going back into the movement. Let's hire and train our own real estate agents and brokers, or reparations agents, I should say. Bring those resources into the movement and as part of circulating resources within the African community. So I'm going to turn it back over to Comrade Maureen. And I also just want to salute Comrade Maureen Wagner and the incredible leadership that she provides to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement among every other front of the work that she's involved in, including the Reparations Legacy Project. I really want to salute and appreciate Comrade Maureen.
I just want to say that if I listen to everything Deputy Chair tells me, I can bring it back, and sometimes she's just brilliant. So, next slide. So we want to unveil the first property that we're going to work on, and Deputy Chair was like, just get one, and then she found it, of course, like she found the 22 properties we saw yesterday, and sometimes at 1 o'clock in the morning there's an email saying, what about this one, from Deputy Chair. I just want to really appreciate Deputy Chair, and we have a picture of it.
Wow.
You can bring that slide. You can bring the slide up, Lisa. So I don't know if people can see it, but it's there on the screen as well.
On the screen now.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful.
So
Really beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
that's what you wanted. So this is a fourplex right now. It's a fourplex, and we expect that this organization will own this the first week of April. It's
Wow.
under contract.
Wow.
It's no longer listed on websites as being available. So it's So this property has already been gutted, and it needs some cleanup. It has really beautiful views. It's near the park, and it's massive. And I just want to show one more picture, I think, of it. If I can go down. Okay, is it this one? Yeah, so you can see that, like, it's down to the studs, the original studs that are there. And the next steps is we need to inspect the sewer system. That's just one thing. And you have to do that here. We need to put a new roof on the building, and that's to stabilize and secure it. So many of these properties that are damaged and have been left vacant, it's because of the roof. And then we need to determine what type of rehab and get the resources for that work. So there'll be meetings to determine We're gonna completely rehab it and flip it, going to rehab it and hold it to rent, or are we gonna quote unquote prehab it? And I just learned that term right before I told it to Jesse. And that means like get it to the next stage where somebody who like does all the terminal stuff can buy it. So that's what we need to do next. And then there's a second project that we're looking at from the LRA. And I just want to say the LRA is a land reutilization agency. This is a land bank. And the chairman has summed this up so many times that this has taken stolen homes from and properties from African people. And when Deputy Chair came here, she bought those 4 properties across the street from the LRA, and nobody was doing that in this community, you know, and turned them into part of the Black Power blueprint. And now people are doing it because they learned from what Deputy Chair of the Black Power blueprint did. The city tried to control it in very specific ways. In 2 or 3 years ago, Black Power blueprint bought 3 properties that we're going to see today on the tour, and then the next day took them away because they said APDF was under, you know, was controlled by Russians, et cetera, et cetera. And Deputy Chair led a huge campaign then that was also part of this whole fight back of the hands off. That also was the blueprint for how we led the Black Power, the struggle for the bakery. And that was press conference, you know, get a lawyer and take it on. And before it could even get very far, they called Deputy Chair up and said, oops, we made an administrative mistake. You know, it's like there's always some administrative mistake. So those properties are still in the hands of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. There's a lot more out there, and these properties can be purchased a lot from $500 to $2,000. And they need a lot of work and can be renovated, but we are looking at getting this one as a second project. And you have 2 years to fix them up. And then thirdly, another part of the LRA is what's called the Prop NS, which means they've already done the roofs, they've done the floors, they've tuck pointed, things like that. So then it's mainly a process of cleaning out inside and building out inside. This is a property that Deputy Chair and some of us looked at last month, and it's still available. So we want to look at these kinds of, but it's not too far from here, about several blocks from here. So we want to look at that as well. And this is like 4, that one is like 4 single units. So I think I turn it back over to you, Jesse.
Sorry. Uhuru, thank you, Maureen. So this is a call to every single person who can hear my voice right now, whether in this room or online, to join and get involved in building the reparations investment company. Build the independent African economy, contribute your skills and talents. This means contractors, real estate attorneys, painters, systems contractors, roofers, carpenters, handy persons, volunteers, because there will be trainings that can be provided. So anybody who wants to roll up your sleeves and get involved is welcome and encouraged to jump in and be a part of the transformation of the African community under the leadership of the African working class. So I just want to thank everybody that's already signed up here and in person to join this project, and just want to hear from everyone. If you're ready to jump in and build the reparations investment company, I say unity through reparations. Uhuru, right on. And so we're calling on people to join the team, to donate to this project, to be a part of the reparations investment company. And in July, and actually I believe the dates are the 6th through the 13th, there will be a reparations summer project, our second reparations summer project here in St. Louis. Many comrades were here for the first one. We want you to come back. And if you haven't been to one before, we want you to come here and be a part of this. We want to have this campaign and this project be a major focus and have work days and other kinds of exciting work that will be happening during the July summer project. So if you are interested in getting involved, here is the next step. And we are going to have discussion, and we would love to hear from people. The next step is to come to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's mass meeting on April 2nd, Wednesday, April 2nd at 6:30 p.m. We will have a whole meeting to go into the practical and political work of the Reparations Legacy Project and the Reparations Investment Company, and how every single person can play a role in this exciting new front. So you can register on Zoom to participate in that meeting at tinyurl.com/April reparations. And if you're not able to write that down quickly while this slide is up, don't worry, you will definitely be getting emails, phone calls, text messages from somebody
I think it's
about
in
that.
people's packets.
Oh,
too.
and it's in your packet. That's right. It's in your packet, the sign up for that. So before we open it up for discussion, we're very honored to, do we have Comrade Mark? We're going to hear from Mark Anderson. We've heard a lot about him throughout this workshop, but we are very honored to have one of the first reparations legacy donors in the Uhuru movement, who's been just, we showed, I just want to mention quickly, at the trial, pictures of marches against genocide that the Uhuru movement, APSC, has carried out for decades. In many of those pictures, there's Mark Anderson right there. So we're very happy to have with us Comrade Mark Anderson. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So I have to say, first of all, that as usual for these events, I have a serious case of imposter syndrome because, everyone here has spoken so far really deserves far more accolades than anything that's been given to me. I always feel embarrassed about that, but I'll do what I can. I wanted to start with something that's in danger of putting me down a rabbit hole, but I hope to get through it quickly, which is that, so a few weeks ago, I heard this phrase, I don't know what I was browsing the internet, that, quote, "there's no ethical consumption under capitalism," unquote. And I was intrigued by that because, it's happening increasingly, right? That you hear like discussion of reparations and even colonialism and of course white privilege. But a lot of that is due to the emotion of the Uhuru movement. But so I looked into the origin of this phrase, and it turns out it comes from TikTok and discussion of fashion. And I have to say, those are two things I don't understand. But I tried to understand where it's come from anyway. And it turns out, somewhat to my disappointment, that it was a debate about between like people who thought it was valid to go buy cheap shirts like from Ross or Target or something, and people who said no, you should try to like go to your local boutique stores with handmade clothing or whatever, right? And so I was disappointed in that because that's what some people would call a false dichotomy, right? That there's like this debate as if it's just like one spectrum and there aren't any larger issues there. And then before I go further down that road, I wanted to say that it's not like I'm saying that individual choices are like completely meaningless, right? So like I recycle, even though in my heart of hearts, I know that I'm basically donating my labor to provide cheaper resources for Coca-Cola, right? But, but I do want to say that, again, it's a false dichotomy because it isn't just a question of you make this personal choice about how you act as a consumer, or you try to like opt out and not do that, right? So, and there's a number of reasons why I think there's a deeper discussion to be had there. So one is that this whole question of lifestyle choices, it's basically a signal of privilege in and of itself, right? Because the colonized people on the planet, the majority of the people on the planet, don't have choice, right? Yes. So the idea that this is like the way things are going to change is just a little bit bizarre. And then the other thing, of course, is that the idea that that this is the best or even a possible way to induce change in society is idealistic nonsense. Like idealism in the Hegelian sense, if I can have a side joke for those who know what I'm talking about. But I remember back in the day, I was staffing, Uhuru Foods booth, and this guy came up and he did not want us to serve the food in our plastic or paper containers because he brought his own bowl, right? And and so that was super important to him because he did not want to participate in, waste and the way society was doing things. And yeah, in a certain kind of way you can respect him, but the reason none of us know who this guy was is clearly it didn't accomplish any change, right? And the reason that we know that this isn't going to affect change is that we haven't heard anything in the news about the FBI coming and waiting in the middle of the morning saying, like, we heard there's somebody here who's reusing a wooden bowl. And so, that's the test. That's the thought experiment, because the state will let you know if you're doing the right thing, if you're actually threatening to do the right thing, right? So, and I also wanted to say too, so okay, fine, like we have to move past the question of like how we engage with consumerism. So yes, so we need to give our surplus funds, because privilege is a gloss. It's another name for stolen wealth. Let's face it, right? So, so one might say, well, there's all these charities that you could give to, but I hope we recognize too that these charities, by definition, are not going to challenge the status quo. Like a soup kitchen isn't going to solve hunger, right? And again, and every once in a while you'll hear a scandal about this or another major charity, right? Like, but I think to a certain extent, those scandals, which are like incredible, but whether it's United Way or Habitat for Humanity or anything else, but the dialogue about that is always the case, like that's just a few bad apples, right? It's the exact same dialogue you hear whenever like, so-called police corruption is discovered or police brutality, right? It's just a few bad apples, but it doesn't recognize that, no, it's not like, corruption or malfeasance. They are serving the purpose that they are essentially designed to serve, right? And and so, like United Way, they until recently they were the largest charity in the U.S., right? Who has ever heard of the United Way doing like anything? Don't worry, about this hurricane or like the so-called blight or anything else. United Way is here. And so, but the thing is, nobody cares. Nobody cares that the CEO of United Way or any of these other things are making like a minimum of $1 million a year, because that's legal, right? That's perfectly fine as long as they declare it. But so they're serving a function of, satisfying a certain kind of like personal need. If they ever go beyond that, then they'll be shut down, right? So the only way, and I realize I'm preaching to the choir here, but of course you got to start with the root cause, right? So, that's why I have always, supported as a member and everything else of the Uhuru movement, because you have to start with, okay, if you really care about a legacy, so to speak, right? So you're not going to leave a legacy by reusing a wooden bowl. And you're not going to, leave a legacy based on some charitable contribution to like, I don't know what Bill Gates is doing, like inventing a better toilet or something, right? So, it has to be based on, solidarity with an organization that's actually going to carry out struggle, which is what the Uhuru movement does, right? And so that's how you can make your mark in the world. And I've observed this before, but, part of the brilliance of Chair Onaze is that, and as you've seen this with this newly unveiled initiative, is that they always have what the military apparently calls a force multiplier, right? Where you have this sort of synergistic effect where, yes, like in the, that the sheer act of working in this particular area is establishing a political stance. And it is solving a particular need in the local community, and it's establishing an economic institution. So, that as the slides we just saw, where there are these like 4 or 5 goals, that's possible because of that brilliant effect where all of those things can happen at once. And of course, anybody can be confident that it's actually going to be going towards that, right? Because as I said, like your traditional charity, they have no incentive. Like it's not like the American Heart Association or has even they haven't. I don't want to go down that hole. But and I also wanted to say too that everybody, because their own personal background, has particular issues that they care about, right? Those who know me know that I have that special relationship with the Uhuru radio, and if I hear there's a radio initiative, I'm just a lot more engaged, but it's like that is not our choice as those in the white community, right? So, but if you do have a particular care, there is an initiative within Ona Zane's sort of vision that was going to do that. So whether it's in healthcare, education, housing, any of these other kinds of initiatives, you can find it being satisfied within those particular things. So that's what I sort of had to say about sort of where I'm coming from and what I read about TikTok recently.
Thank you, Mark. Mark, you're always so incredible to have. Oh, you're still saying something. Oh no, I think this is a little delayed.
Oh, okay.
But I think that was my favorite Mark Anderson presentation.
Yes,
that was magnificent. Thank you so much. And that is what a reparations legacy donor sounds like. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Mark. And at this point, Chairwoman Penny, I'm going to turn it over to you.
I really appreciate this workshop, this initiative, the leadership, again, of Deputy Chairman O'Malley Chatella to put Black Power on the ground, to take territory, liberated territory, and build that, and our role in that as reparations. And I know that we'll be having a lot of meetings. We do want to form these committees really quickly, get going. This is such an exciting project. I'm really, really excited about it. I just wanted to say before we closed out, I guess I'm saying it to you, and everybody, but I just want to have in our history that they're not forgotten. Comrade Ron Stade and Pete Yarchuk, because they were assigned many years ago to go to St. Pete to renovate the Uhuru House without the benefit of a whole committee. But they were sent, and they were brilliant. And I mean, they had whole, huge trucks rolling up with lumber donated. They got everything donated for that. I hope that we can have them on or bring them into this, at least as sort of their history. It has to be part of this because they really took it on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman Penny. I really appreciate you raising that, and definitely want to salute Ron Stade and Pete Yarchuk, who participated in this work, again, long before there was a formal concept of the Reparations Investment Company. They were doing that work, so we really salute them. So we are coming to the end of the workshop, and I know lunch is getting ready back there, and we want to have time for our incredible tour. So I just wanted to see, I don't know if Deputy Chair or Chairman, if there's any comments you'd like to make before we close it out? If not. Yeah, we'll take, we have a question here, it looks like. Yeah, let's take 10 minutes at most of questions, and then we'll break for lunch. And yes.
This one's real fast and doesn't actually have to do with the, well, maybe it does. But I wanted to know the timeline of the bakery, so when I'm helping with the houses, I can go somewhere, get some lunch.
So that's Dylan saying he's going to be here on the ground to make this happen. So Comrade Len is taking minutes. Get that down. Uhuru, turn over to Maureen.
See, it's all in our self-interest, right? Yeah, so we don't have the permit yet, just to say. We hope to have it this week, and then we are going to be finishing construction, which will take a few months, and doing all the systems and ever. So after the hearing, which was the 12th, it wasn't really final until the 26th, 2 weeks later, when they had the next appeal process of other people, and then they said, yes, we passed the minutes from the 12th. So then it became official. And then the next week we get a phone call saying, before we can release the hold on this, you got to get a permit for that sign you already put up, which is nothing more than replacing the plastic in the box that was already there. So actually we had to get an application to get the permit, so that was submitted. So last week we went downtown and talked to the head of the plan examiners, who happens to be a friend of the architect, and she said, I'm going to try to look at this in the next couple of days, so we hope to have the permit this week.
Wow. Do we have some other questions? Or no, I thought you were in line. Uhuru Blaze.
I just want to ask so that it's plainly stated when you guys are talking about flipping or prehabbing and then selling, I'm assuming that the reparations investment company will, be discerning of who it sells to.
Absolutely.
Of course, if the goal is to stop gentrification, you have to be discerning of who you sell to.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Yeah, thank you, Blaze, and yeah, we heard from Deputy Chair from the audience, but I mean, I think the thing that's so important about this is that this is under the leadership of Black Star Industries. So the decisions that will be made about how everything happens will be based on the interests, the leadership of the African working class, and what contributes towards the process of the empowerment, the self-empowerment of the African community. Uhuru, Chairman.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that part of what that means is to defend the African community.
Yes.
And defending the African community is to deny the ability of them to take this community. African people have to be able to live here, just like Palestine and Trump, or anybody else who would say we can stop the thing in Palestine and then turn it over, or Gaza, you can come and buy it. So that's not our objective. Our objective is to act as agents to make sure that this community belongs in African community and do whatever else we can. There are other things we're going to do. And a point that I really think is important to make is that this discussion concentrates so much on the political side, the economic side of what we recognize as the fact that the political and the economic is one. And that politics is nothing but concentrated economics. But the thing is that the politics of the colonized is against colonialism, has to be against colonialism. That's where, that's the economy, the economic contradiction that we're faced with is that the colonizers, this system, has taken from us the capacity to control the productive forces of our own community. Productive forces, the ability to actually produce, including the people, the land and stuff that we own. These productive forces have to be liberated, and the politic is toward that economic goal. That economic goal is informed, the politic is informed by that economic goal. It's a too complicated way, I guess, to answer the question, but the answer is that our objective is to take this community, keep this community for African people, and even to do what we can to remove some of the interlopers who are here now, some very high-profile interlopers who like to work in the dark, who like to be secretive and what have you, profiling it and let the whole world know that there's a damn spy agency right around the corner, etc., not to allow them to be in the shadows and stuff like that, which should be a part of the project we're involved in, right?
Yes.
So I wanted to say that I think that's a really important thing that we have to do. And so that's one of the things I want to respond to. There was something else, but I'm like that computer that Penny has found some distress with. There are other things, but the community, we have to make this struggle, and it's really impressive. The thing that the Combat Deputy Chair does in terms of, Mark commented on it, anything, how do you call it, force what?
Force
multiplier and stuff like that. That's exactly how she moves. And I've always been struck by the fact that if there's something out here that will make money, that will get resources, the deputy chair will see it. So I just wanted to say that. So this is who we are, though. The thing is that we are really fighting to build a political base here. That means energizing, activating, organizing the African population. In the next few weeks, we'll be having a black community convention here for St. Louis, where we win as much of the African community across all ideological and political spectrum into a process of establishing our own agenda. This is a black community convention, and that's going to be a critical thing. That's something we tried to do in 2022, but the FBI attacked us something like 2 days before it was supposed to happen. And so we characterized it as a pre-convention because we couldn't do what we wanted. This time we're going full-fledged. Yes. We have to mobilize the African community because there is no way that anything that we've talked about now, it can be successful unless the African community is organized and can fight for it and defend it. It has to be necessary for them to come through an African community to get this stuff. And if we don't have that, and then all of these grand ideas will come to naught and will result in perhaps in what Blaze just talked about. We have to be able, was that Blaze? Yes. Yeah, we have to be able, the computer, what do you call it when you fix a computer? When you, But anyway, this is part of what's really important. This is where we're going. We have to build that capacity in the African community. The African community has to have agency. And that's what we're fighting for more than any goddamn thing. This building, nothing else that we have will mean anything if we don't have an African community that recognizes it's ours, and we'll fight to the death to protect it and to extend our capacity. That's what has to happen. Uhuru. I mean, Palestine would have fallen much earlier if it weren't for the Palestinians recognizing that Palestine is theirs. In the face of bombs and all the stuff they've done to the Palestinians, they are fighting for it, and that's what has to be inculcated in this community for what we want to do to be successful. Uhuru.
Uhuru Blaze, I just wanted to speak to your question as well. But like Chairman was saying, and the panel was saying, the NGA is already here. Next year they'll be launching the NGA. Yeah. And what white people are doing already is they're already buying up blocks. Yeah. They're not we're buying up single. They're buying up whole blocks of houses just like this because they're going to employ over 3,000 white people, that makes over $150,000 average, in that facility. So what we're doing is we want to keep the African community African. And this is just one step of that we're trying to do. And with the LRAs, the same thing. The city has let all these properties rot. I mean, really rot. So when I came here in 2017, I found out about this process. Nobody in the African community was doing this. And then when they found out that the Uhuru movement was doing it, they tried to block everything that we were doing. They even, like Maureen said, they even took properties that they awarded to us away. But we fought them and we got those properties back. So everything that we're doing is dialectically connected. And this is just another step in this process where we're saying that we're going to bring in resources. And also, what the chairman was saying, we're gonna build the Black Community Convention, where we bring Africans into this process as well, so they can see that they can stay in their houses, that the grandfathers, you know, the grandmothers, their fathers and mothers have lost, they can come back to this community. You know, we didn't get here by accident. I was sent here and we chose this community as the place that we wanted to be. And it was the right choice.
Uhuru. Yeah, I just think it's really important. Remember a couple of things. One, what we've seen in the last period is that white people are moving back into what they call the inner cities.
Yes. Yeah.
Remember why they moved out? You remember why they moved out? And so we have to build a political movement on the ground. I remember Patrick Buchanan complaining, and I hear the Trump administration complaining about black people in the park playing bongos while they're trying to, these white people are trying to, well, we got some fucking bongo playing over here. We are going to build an African community that is exercising the struggle for freedom and for liberation. And then people can make decisions about where they want to be. But you can't make a decision about where you want to be in my community unless I can make a decision about where we want to be. That's what we're fighting for. Uhuru, thank you.
Just one more thing, you spent, I don't know how many thousands of dollars, you know, through real estate, you know, realtor paying realtor fees and, you know, title companies and things like that. We want to bring all of that back into our movement, you know, and we have the capacity to do that, you know. So, you know, I just wanted to say that as a part of, you know, what you were saying about other people coming into the community and who we sell to. We buy Black power, you know, so we ain't going to give that away. We're going to keep it within the community.
Uhuru, that was incredibly powerful. Thank you so much, Chairman Omali Shatella and Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella. Our leadership, the leadership of the African Revolution. So that concludes our panel. I want to thank the Chairman, Deputy Chair, Chairwoman Penny, Comrade Kara, Comrade Maureen, and Comrade Leah, and all of you, the great questions, and everybody who signed up to be a part of the Reparations Investment Company, Build the Independent African Economy. Reparations! Uhuru! Yes.
Deputy Chair.
Great MC.
Chairman and Deputy Chair.
And thank you to Mark Anderson as well. Uhuru, Comrade Mark.
Your outfits match.
Oh, outfits
match? They match and they're really cool.
Unity through? All right, we're going to break for lunch. Lunch is provided by the Vine Cafe. And I just want to remind you all to check out the tables. We've got Uhuru Foods and Pies back today. We've got Uhuru Planet. If you didn't bring a hoodie or a long sleeve shirt for our tour that's coming up, it's pretty chilly outside. You might want to check out Uhuru Planet. Black Star Industries table over there. And we will, what time are we reconvening, Chair Jesse? Chair Jesse, when are we reconvening? It's 1:48 right now.
2:30?
2:30.
All right, we'll reconvene in an hour.
Yeah, we should.
Okay, we're going to take an hour break, so about 2:50, 2:45. Okay. Uhuru. Oh, and one more thing, don't forget the Burning Spear newspaper. It's only $1, and if you want to learn more about the win from the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe, you can read all about it.
Yes,
So,
yeah,
Uhuru.
great article.
Oh, I did. Yeah, Uhuru Planet.